Grand Rising, everybody. Hopefully everybody having a good night. Power to the motherfucking people. Quick check-in. We're gonna start this off like we always do by shouting out the sponsors, each and every one of y'all, and playing some music. Shout out to Enemies Public for the intro. Let's go.
Bow wow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay. Bow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay. Bow wow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay. Bow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay. Bow wow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay. Bow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay. Bow wow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay. Bow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay.
Hopefully everybody having a good night, man. Grand one. Grand one. Power to the motherfucking people. We're gonna start it off with some music like we always do. Play some music and let some people get in the house. Hopefully everybody having a good night. Let's go. My name. The link will be in the chat.
Class in session. So it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind is kinda hollow but true. The system make you a zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel. But not too many live it to tell, till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look, you think you came from an ape. Religion needs science, science need religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker when the cosmos talking. That's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought I couldn't build with him. Shit I was selling the fiends was really killing them. Your gun bars ain't much if your gat don't shoot. I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it take is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws in space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen. And living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough and now I finally speak. Tell you the truth, I don't trust people who cheat. It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from. Ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God. When you become one, you understand. You could get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if you get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the name.
Last of my people been driven over to the United States for over 700 years, and I carried the Europe. I taught the Europeans to take a common back.
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck when niggas wake up, I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly with some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The Pope all over the net with politicians. The same politicians who sleeping with little children. Time to make them pay for what they did to the youth. But freedom is nothing when they censoring truth. You ain't gotta show shit when you live in the proof. Giving support to your oppressors, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. And people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see, the best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say. Ask the world leaders about the oath they secretly take. It's a plan that they got to keep us legally slaves. Paid labor overwhelming when you needed a break. If you think that I'm just talking, then bitch, you lost. It's a war going on like rich versus poor. The rich keep getting rich while your broke ass starve. Feeding you little pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really, I'm just stating the facts cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full of hate, niggas listen. When I make a song about love, niggas skip it. They both from the soul, so really ain't nothing different. Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes, only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with 2 cans blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all during war these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you could never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought, that shit is dangerous. A lot of people dying for what? That shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood politics part 2, my name dangerous.
Much love the family always. All the sponsors. Part 3 coming up. Let's go.
How we get here, this government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world, many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit, you heard that. Don't believe we live on a globe, nigga, the earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap. But niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this. And it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder. Believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of a snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pigs sight. Fuck what goes on in the street, nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church. Music, we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat. When you banging it, this is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood politics part 3. My name dangerous.
They attack the victim, and then the criminals who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
Hey, my nigga Dre Cobb, man. Shout out to Dre Cobb.
Yo, I think I seen this before. The ghetto boy, they call him the Moor. He came with the cure. Tap into the earth, it's yours. You come from everything that's pure. America the beautiful, but my people the poor. Prisoner of war, 40 Nakamada's Dior. The refugee trying to settle the score. Chicago cold winters, yeah. My father died in December. He used to drink MGD, I remember. After he was gone, I got a temper. I'm running hot, check my temperature. I go hard, I'ma try to dismember ya. A little black boy who grew to shine like the sun. I'ma resurrect and become the infinite one. I only just begun. I'm homegrown like common sense, but some of y'all not rhyming with sense. The current situation is beyond intense. How many have to die at their expense? I'm not fucking with Harris. I'm not rocking with Pence. Does it even matter? We still on some ghetto shit. Black fist in the air on some rebel shit. We've been through the fire. How much hot can hell get? George Floyd will never forget. Is big enterprise. United States committing genocide. On the news, it's been another homicide. Shooter's been identified. White male with a gun and a badge. So I'ma say this shit direct. They come in our hoods with all disrespect. Cause everybody black is a suspect. Community we got to protect. We fight for the respect. Black power, it's time to resurrect. All that self-hatred we gotta correct. I guess we forgot we the architects. I'ma be the Grim Reaper when it's time to collect. Because you don't make enough for a tax cut. So take what we give you and keep your mouth shut. That's what happened when a man is given no hope. So you don't, might as well give you the rope. They got the nerve to tell you get out and vote when the system is broke. But that's how the game go. They circle you and X you out like tic-tac-toe. Give me what you owe so we can take more. But you know how it is in the ghetto. The block ain't sunny, but the sunshine in the ghetto. In every ghetto, yeah.
What they're talking about, COVID. Be in the chat. Somebody to come up. Anybody want to come up? Let's go over here to my nigga Juice. William Bass. Did you know?
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. William Bass in the building. Welcome everybody. This just an indigenous thing. Studious, I'm an info for info. I make what's complex look simple. To reclaim my birthright, my MO. My blood ties to the land, my credentials. Turtle Island, Nietzsche, my kinfolk. The vibration on the frequency I live for. We get sick, we don't go to hospitals. We heal ourselves with herbs and crystals. Mother Nature speaks, my soul gets tickled. We already equipped with the essentials.
Family having a good night,
for my little. All my babies get the milk from mama's nipples. Raising rebels to create ripples in the system. It's not liberal. We teach the youth to go to source for they vittles. Beat a beat on. Be the man in the middle. That's a third party, a fifth whip. They tell you saving a little is a big deal. Wanna trick the RZA with his own spell? Learn to conjure, then you'll pierce the veil. That's his story, I didn't write that. It's my birthright, I want my life back. Was on the wrong path, now I'm on the right track. Was in the dark, now I'm in the light, fam. My skin's divine, I left it melanin. My DNA divine, liquid gold, I'm rich. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. With the eye of Horus, I see infinity. Woke up like Neo, started training my abilities. I'm not a storm, baby, let me be your peace. Your protector, the enemy runs in retreat. Shout out to Sophia, born to be a steward. Bobby Hemmett and Malachi Z. York. Rod Hayes, Mama Reverend Interstellar. Dane Calloway, Billy Carson, Young Elder. With my light codes, I'm in fight mode. For the next generation, we gon' right wrong. Get off the merry-go, don't repeat the cycle. You in the darkness, you forgot to cut your lights on. With the lights on, like Tupac, all eyes on. The usurper, trying to take my throne. I urge karma to drown you in a typhoon. An open book, you see what page I'm on. My skin's divine, I left it melanin. My DNA divine, liquid gold, I'm rich. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Believing I'm a U.S. citizen is propaganda. Had to call a brother True to correct my status. We own churches, not LLCs, they can't tax us. The government and central banking, it's all collapsing. Instead of chasing bread, we run on the bank. They'll become insolvent, we bankrupt the bank. Consumers exercising power makes them afraid. The GOV works for us, we the people, man. The Iroquois Constitution is supreme law. First Babylon, now it's England and Rome's turn to fall. Put the Pope on notice, discovery, doctrine is false. At critical mass, Mother Nature gets restored. A green lantern lights my path, not a torch. At the fork in the road, you gotta choose a course. Light codes or dark secrets, what do you endorse? Me? I make you Darth Vader, feel the force. Yeah, I pray this resonates with your spirit. This is meant for everyone, not just the esoteric. Atomize it, dissect the message in my lyrics. I'm a god, how could I not love my appearance? My skin's divine, I love this melanin. My DNA divine, liquid gold, I'm rich. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist. Did you know? Did you know you're indigenous? Put your right hand up, now make a fist.
We're gonna go to Sir Drop and Hurricane. My brother Hurricane and Sir Drop. Let's go. Late night tapping. Links in the chat.
Rogue One Production.
I'm the hurricane and I've been drinking often. Bleed your squadrons, kill them at police departments. Keep this offense, bullets just eat your cartilage. Broccoli, every motherfucker, I'm the beast incarnate. Teeth is sharp and yes, I've been feasting often. Like Dracula, but nigga don't sleep and coffin. Streets is talking, revolution streets is marching. From the Brewster projects by the eastern market. Shoot the target, heads gonna leak like faucets. Creep out darkness, red eyes means I'm heartless. I'm the hitman, Hearns, you get beat like Martin. Have you in the red chair like Stephen Hawking? Fuck a weather dominator, I'm the storm itself. Fuck the government troops, get your soldiers swept. Revolutionary verse, how many soldiers left? To burn down the government, make the soldiers melt. I'm the god of fire, bitch, wanna know what else? Got a parallel dimension where some souls get kept. Smoked up my whole ounce, got a quarter left. With a nice Russian chick, bout to hold her breast. Told her hide underwater, told her hold her breath. Cause the feds came through and they exposed themselves. Shot on point blank range and explode they vest. With hollow points so cold it explodes their chest. Hold up, wait a minute, let's get more in depth. Talk about the enemy, how they gon' get wrecked. Better show some respect or you gon' get checked. Better show some respect or you gon' get checked. Hold up, wait a minute, let's get more in depth. Talk about the enemy, how they gon' get wrecked. Better show some respect or you gon' get checked. Better show some respect or you gon' get checked.
Hold up, wait a minute before I start. You may be smart, but you got a lazy heart. I took the slums and a pen and painted art. I took a brick and made it break apart and got guns. You gotta take apart. The government made it hard, so I took soft and made it hard. So much dog food, you would think we was feeding some Saint Bernards. Why you think Trump fucking with Panama? You standing right next to a boss, and I'm playing it off like I ain't involved. I got demons in my head telling me to make you crawl, put you in a trunk and make you listen to all my songs all night long and kill you in the morning dawn. I'm here to warn you all. I'm the son of God, swinging iron like I'm under bar. I won't stop until you under balls. Have you ever had your wrist handcuffed to a briefcase? And they get it, they gotta cut it off. I pass a kick to my son-in-law. Got my daughter saying, Dad, knock it off. I said what I said, no need to knock it off. I would take it back, but he already got them off. I used to cook up coke to the rock.
Hold up, wait a minute, let's get more in depth. Talk about the enemy, how they gon' get wrecked. Better show some respect or you gon' get checked. Better show some respect or you gon' get checked. Hold up, wait a minute, let's get more in depth. Talk about the enemy,
like I said, we gonna talk about some real
better show some respect or you gon' get checked. Better show some respect or you gon' get checked.
What's happening in the world?
The man is about to get on
Current,
the routine flight.
what they talking about in the Senate.
But he's got to walk away.
An
hour later, the plane goes down in flames.
If anybody want to come up and talk.
Britain. A woman
One
has
of my
assumed the
niggas
image of a black
Sanchez
mountain
next,
that's moving,
man.
with
Black
children trapped
motherfucking power
underneath.
to all the black
2 hours
power
later,
family.
a Welsh schoolhouse is
Power
buried
to
in
the
an avalanche
motherfucking
of coal
people.
slag. It's dismissed
Late night,
as coincidence.
tap in, open topic.
Northern Texas. An unidentified flying object is reported by at least a dozen people. Although there were no storms in the area, it's dismissed as lightning.
Go there to my nigga Sanchez. Outside in, inside out. Go for to all the Flat Power family, man.
Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out.
Smoking on some Chiba.
Outside in, inside out. Yeah. Outside in, inside out. Know we're gonna take this shit back, right? Outside in, inside out. Merc Heights, I see you. Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out.
Republican, Democrat, Democrat, Republican, all of them niggas hustling, so it ain't no trusting them. You been voting all your life and still suffering. Student loans, daycare fees, sisters be juggling. Divided by the powers, pausing's got us perishing. Got you niggas walking around thinking y'all Americans. Obama got you fooled, you thinking he the Messiah, when the truth is, all of these presidents barbarians. Life short, but you trying to get your paper tall. All I'm doing is revealing lies they say to y'all. Back in the day, I would probably put that K to y'all. Now I'm saving y'all, and plus I'm chilling with baby doll. Maybe y'all will understand sooner or later, before they depopulators and the oceans turn to vapors. Got me ready to blaze up like every night I'm burning herb. Trapped inside this matrix, thinking how they done turned this world.
Outside in, inside out. Damn, they done turned this world. Outside in, inside out. Real. Outside in, inside out. Know I'm telling the truth. Outside in, inside out. Outside in, inside out.
Some real revolutionaries, we don't fold. I'm in the crib watching Malcolm playing Neo Soul. They getting killed for jackets and buried for sneakers. I done came across some of the scariest creatures. For real, a lot of these dudes I don't care for. On Facebook posting pics of kids they don't care for. Therefore, It ain't no settling like the pilgrims, hard living, and the prison's a large system. POs on the same team as state prosecutors. Free your mind, it ain't a choice, you gotta do it. Cause the judge and the goddamn lawyers be barbecuing. According to this constitution, you not a human. Freedom thrown away by plea deals they take. Rap beefs is fake. Meek Mills and Drake got me on Mary J. Every night I'm burning herb, looking at all this hate, thinking how we done turned this world outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
For real, shit is terrible.
Outside in,
This is
inside out.
terrible, man.
Outside in,
We gonna listen to what the Senate was
Outside
talking
in,
about.
inside out.
outside in, inside out.
Take a trip to Egypt to go and view the monuments and watch them ask you who built them. Now that's common sense. Ask me marching to DC, it's some funny shit. Making demands to the people you spend your money with. You lack consciousness, I'm trying to get your head right. On this road to success, you gotta run red lights. My middle finger was replaced with a fist when I found out the matrix exists. And anyway, what's a middle finger that's waved in the wind versus the unity of a fist and a nation of men? Lies on the news, pausing in the food y'all eat. The White House just a house, the power's on Wall Street. Niggas thinking Jordan, sisters thinking abortion. Man, this shit is sad like notes from an organ. Got me smoking my portion. Every night I'm burning herb, all this pain I'm absorbing. Thinking how they done turned this world outside in, inside out.
Yeah, outside in,
Inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
shit is crazy.
Outside in, inside out.
Fuck the TV. Yeah.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Yeah, outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
I don't even be watching the news.
Outside in, inside out.
Bullshit.
Outside in, inside out.
Outside in, inside out.
Go over to my nigga Job Breaks, man. Shout out to Job Breaks, man. We ain't about that integrating shit, man. Couple more songs, we gonna get it started, everybody, man. Cause there's some very important
Ever since a
information
youngin',
they
I've been
talking
running,
about.
getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100. Let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up need you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that bro shit. Dog, you benefit. Took her on a dinner date. Now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog. We ain't tryna integrate. Man, we ain't tryna integrate. Was broke back then, now the youngin' seeing different cake. We don't go off feelings, we just make sure that the business straight. And if you ain't an intellect, then you can't get a penetrate. Local need you, now I'm getting love all in different states. Gotta need you, if you ain't got scars, then you can't relate. Preach the niggas, I'm just trying to make sure that my people straight. Woke nigga in a sleep world, trying to keep awake. Man, I'm just trying to keep awake. Bodies dropping in my city, damn Perry, keep awake. How another black man, your op, make it make sense. When the system got y'all niggas going through the same shit. Ever since a youngin', I've been running, getting to the cake. Dog, you ain't 100, this 100, let me demonstrate. If she ain't got brains, then I ain't tryna penetrate. And if you ain't a stand-up need you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that bro shit, dog, you benefit. To go on a dinner date, now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about autonomy, dog, we ain't tryna integrate. Say you shoot,
I ain't feel like talking about that slave
shit
they talking about.
We a gang gat, let me see it.
More important
getting money,
information
pull up
out here.
stunting on them. Let me see a coup. Genocide, they pointing weapons at you. You don't even shoot. Real nigga, how you say you real? You don't love your peeps. Family man, Ron, feed your family, nigga. Fuck the streets. Sliding on each other when the government the enemy. If we come together, we got power, nigga, in the beef. For real, nigga, in the beef. You ain't getting money, ain't no reason to be in the streets. Striving to be legends, we ain't trying to be a memory. And now you ain't my nigga, you my Niji Aborigine. Ever since a youngin', I've been running.
I hear that, my
getting to
brother.
the
I
cake.
do mine
Dog,
in
you
the
ain't
morning.
100, this 100. Let me
I do
demonstrate.
mine in the
If she
morning,
ain't got
brother. I hear
brains, then
that.
I ain't trying to penetrating. If you ain't a stand-up, need you could get your dinner ate. I ain't buying all that real shit, dog, you benefit. To go on a dinner date, now we on the interstate. Might be a rookie in the game, but I've been a great. And we about a time to
love, respect, bro. Appreciate it. And you already know, my nigga. Much love for life, man. I stand on that. Let's go over to Queen Omega, man. We're about to start this off, though, man. Links in the chat. We're going to review what the Senate was talking about. Pimp out my ride. Salute, man. Appreciate that, pimping out my ride, man. They got the surround sound bang. Let's go. Appreciate it. We're gonna talk some real shit today. Some real shit that's going on.
Strongest indica strain, doctors give it to them patients to relieve them pain. And when the earth's done, we are gonna blaze it again. Babylon, give the people what they want. It's a worldwide crowd, universal chant. Anyway you go, you hear it, legalize the plant. Free up the herb, Babylon, all your man. Doctor Who and the forbidden fruit, Rolex OG and the kosher kush, blue cheese, grape, ape and the baba.
I appreciate you pimp out my ride, so flying through with no name. Enjoy the music, man.
I got me wanting on me brain. Me no smoke crack, dog, give me cocaine. Strictly THC, get me higher than planes. This sativa strain, the strongest indica strain. Doctor give it to them patients to relieve the pain. So when the herbs done, we have to blaze it again. The good ganja strain.
That's what I'm doing. I'm smoking on one right now.
Me no smoke crack, dog, give me cocaine. Don't give me raw needle to push it on me vein. The strongest indica strain, just to give it to them patients to relieve the strain. So when the herbs done, we have to blaze it again.
Links in the chat.
Early in the morning, a hot ganja tea, well it is the norm. That's how I start my day, and kneel and pray to my God I say. Give thanks for the morning breeze, give thanks for the breath of life indeed. Give thanks and praises to the omnipotent, for the pure and holy sacrament. The good ganja strain. I got me wanting on me brain. Me no smoke crack, don't give me cocaine. Strictly THC, get me higher than planes. The sativa strain, the strongest indica strain. Doctors give it to them patients to relieve them pain. So when the herbs done, we have to blaze it again. Babylon give the people what they want. It's a worldwide cry, universal chant. Anywhere you go, you hear it, legalize the plant. Free up the herb, Babylon, all your mother. Blueberry sherbet and a grapefruit, sour power, purple local and a gorilla glue. You take me to come and come to baby for true. The mommy I ready, Vatican get blue. The good ganja strain. I got me wanting on me brain. Me no smoke crack, don't give me cocaine. Don't give me raw needle for pushing on me vein. No, this sativa strain.
That's it.
The strongest indica strain. Doctors give it to them patients to relieve them pain. So when the herbs done, them have to blaze it again. The good ganja strain. I got me wanting on me brain. Me no smoke crack, don't give me cocaine. Strictly THC, get me higher than planes. I say the good ganja strain. I got to relieve my pain. We are go blaze it again. And again and again. Drive Babylon insane.
Shout out to my nigga Dre Cobb coming up next, man. That's the reason I'm going live, man. We still here, man. Through all the poisoning, the bad food, the bad water, the bad jab, COVID-19. We still here, man. The Higgy experiment, we still here, man. Shout out my
Who
nigga
they think
Dre
they
Cobb.
better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine, and make they world in. I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give Israel, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still
shout
here.
out my
Who
brother,
said they make the
Prophet Levi?
Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear?
Shout
So
out
fuck the
Prophet
nonsense.
Levi.
When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From
That's
within
my
is when you
brother
get
right
your
there.
self-confidence.
You
Let's
good,
bring
man,
it back to
Prophet Levi.
dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah.
Make sure I'm sub to your channel, which I know I am.
Yeah. We still here.
We still here. Shout out my nigga Prophet Levi in the house. Much love and respect to you and the family always, man. We're about to get down to business. The link's in the chat. You know, this is what we're going to start off with right here. Let me make sure.
The best data are autopsies. So in the largest autopsy series.
Let me make sure I'm sharing the sound. Stop sharing. Share sound, man. Yeah, here we go. Then we're gonna go to the Senate, what the Senate was talking about. But yeah, let's talk about this right here. Like I said, we talking about real live issues, not slave talk. We came here on a boat. We're talking about issues that's dealing with COVID, fair use. This is what the Senate was talking about. Let's go. Real information that you can use. Let's go.
Published to date, I know because I'm the senior author. Of all the deaths we examined, and we re-reviewed them, we had an adjudication committee, we had ways of arbitration, deciding on did the vaccine cause death. The answer is, of these cases that came in for autopsy after vaccination, 73.9% of individuals, it was determined that the vaccine was the cause of death.
September 27th, 2021, you will push the vaccine, you will push it in pregnant women and follow all the HHS criteria. And if you don't, we will destroy you.
I've presented at the FDA advisory meetings. I've advised companies for decades on this, so I know the regulatory science very well. When a product definitely results in death, and there are thousands of peer-reviewed papers on this, Governor, the COVID vaccines in some people, sadly, result in death. Some on the very first day they take the shot. That must be a black box warning on the product immediately. I just checked the package inserts for the currently available products, the ones that Senator Blumenthal wants to pursue. Sounds like governor wants to still pursue these. Our FDA still wants them to be administered. They still don't have the word death in the package insert. As of today, they don't. And so Americans are not fairly informed.
Do you have any doubt in your mind that the COVID injection caused some deaths? I mean, what do you think of the, what is it, 38,607 right now listed on VAERS? What do you think the real number is? And do you have any science to back up your opinion?
The best data are autopsies. So in the largest autopsy series published to date, I know because I'm the senior author, of all the deaths we examined, and we re-reviewed them, we had an adjudication committee, we had ways of arbitration, deciding on did the vaccine cause death. The answer is, of these cases that came in for autopsy after vaccination, 73.9% of individuals, it was determined that the vaccine was the cause of death. First author is Holscher and colleagues, who's sitting right behind me.
And again, by FDA's own laws, that should be included on that package insert, correct?
Immediately in 2021, Dr. Carol Tossetta, working with the Daily Cloud, wrote Peter's Marks in the summer of 2023 and said, where's the black box warning? Where is it? No word from Marks.
Dr. Vaughn, you want to weigh in on the informed consent?
Well, the other thing is, I think emergency use authorization, actually by definition, when you fill out the documents for the patient, if they read it, it actually says that they should make sure that they are under no compulsion to get this product. And that is what's so confusing, because even though the product was mandated in the summer, at the end of the summer of 2021, the product on the shelves was still the EUA product. And in that sense, for somebody to be mandated to something that they also have to sign to say that they weren't mandated to do it is kind of hard to do legally.
By the way, that's the subject of a couple oversight letters in terms of the whole full authorization type thing.
Yeah, I heard that, right? They were mandated, but they make them sign a waiver that they not mandated, but they mandated to do it. Man, these people is corrupt and covering their ass with that waiver. Wow, let's go.
Dr. Thorpe, quickly.
Yes, on informed consent, there was completely the opposite in pregnant women. HHS appears to have captured the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and my research team, including Maggie Thorpe, JD, have proven that with the Freedom of Information Act.
For a few million dollars, correct?
Many $1 million. They captured ACOG. In December of 2020, everybody at ACOG and the other organizations were not going to push this vaccine in pregnant women. In the span of a pregnancy, 40 weeks, September 27th, 2021, you will push the vaccine, you will push it in pregnant women and follow all the HHS criteria. And if you don't, we will destroy you and your professional career will take your license away and we will decertify you. That went out to 60,000 OBGYN doctors. So
we probably should have expanded the title of this: corruption of science, federal health agencies,
Yeah, I heard that, right? Let me rewind that back. Let me put that, oh, damn, what I'm doing. All right. Let's go back. Touch screen, goddamn screens. We're going to go back. We're going to rewind that shit, man.
The best data are autopsies. So in the largest...
Hold on.
Weeks, September 27th, 2021, you will push the vaccine, you will push it in pregnant women and follow all the HHS criteria. And if you don't, we will destroy you and your professional career will take your license away and we will decertify you. That went out to 60,000 OBGYN doctors. So
we probably should have expanded the title.
So like I've been saying from day one, man, the doctors have been corrupted. They made them do it, or they'll take their livelihood. Y'all heard that, right? One more time, man. Oh man, I keep hitting the wrong thing.
Ready spent
We're
$400
gonna
million.
listen to, we're gonna listen to that next. We're gonna listen to that next. Fair use, fair use.
The best data are autopsies. So in the largest autopsy series.
Here we go.
The best data.
Let's bring it back up. My high ass, man. Trying to fast forward. Here we go. Let's go. One more time.
Act.
For a few million dollars, correct?
Many million dollars. They captured ACOG. In
Shout out my
December
brother,
of 2020,
love and respect.
everybody at
Tapping in,
ACOG and the other organizations, we're not going to push this vaccine in pregnant women. In the span of a pregnancy, 40 weeks, September 27th, 2021, you will push the vaccine. You will push it in pregnant women and follow all the HHS criteria. And if you don't, we will destroy you and your professional career will take your license away and we will decertify you. That went out to 60,000 OBGYN doctors. So
we probably should have expanded the title of this: corruption of science, federal health agencies. What would you call those? Professional organizations?
These are the three organizations that essentially govern obstetrical care, not just in the United States.
Agencies, what would you call those? Professional organizations?
These are the three organizations that essentially govern obstetrical care, not just in the United States.
Agencies, what would you call those? Professional organizations?
These are the three organizations that essentially govern obstetrical care, not just in the United States.
I think they're messing with my stream. Put a one in the chat, man.
Agencies,
put a one in.
What would you call those? Professional organizations?
These are the three organizations.
Let me stop sharing. Put a one in the chat if y'all can hear me. Grand rising, everybody. I don't know what the hell was going on with that. That was like I was trying to share everything, and I wasn't. Let's try that shit again. Oh, okay. I know what happened. All right, let me close that out. I don't want that out. Yeah, we're going to get back to it. Give me a second, everybody. Let me reset it up. Got you. Y'all can still hear me? Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, here we go. Back to it. Boom.
The best data are autopsies. So in the largest autopsy series published today, I know because I'm a senior author. Of all the deaths we examined, and we re-reviewed them. We had an adjudication committee. We had ways of arbitration deciding on did the vaccine cause death. The answer is, of these cases that came in for autopsy after vaccination, 73.9% of individuals, it was determined that the vaccine was the cause of death.
September 27th, 2021, you will push the vaccine. You will push it in pregnant women and follow all the HHS criteria. And if you don't, we will destroy you.
I've presented at the FDA advisory meetings. I've advised companies for decades on this, so I know the regulatory science very well. When a product definitely results in death, and there are thousands of peer-reviewed papers on this, Governor, The COVID vaccines in some people, sadly, result in death. Some on the very first day they take the shot. That must be a black box warning on the product immediately. I just checked the package inserts for the currently available products, the ones that Senator Blumenthal wants to pursue. Sounds like governor wants to still pursue these. Our FDA still wants them to be administered. They still don't have the word death in the package insert. As of today, they don't. And so Americans are not fairly informed.
Do you have any doubt in your mind that the COVID injection caused some deaths? I mean, what do you think of the, what is it, 38,607 right now listed on VAERS? What do you think the real number is? And do you have any science to back up your opinion?
The best data are autopsies. So in the largest autopsy series published to date, I know because I'm the senior author, of all the deaths we examined, and we re-reviewed them. We had an adjudication committee. We had ways of arbitration deciding on did the vaccine cause death. The answer is, of these cases that came in for autopsy after vaccination, 73.9% of individuals, it was determined that the vaccine was the cause of death. First author is Holscher and colleagues, who's sitting right behind me.
And again, by FDA's own laws, that should be included on that package insert, correct?
Immediately in 2021, Dr. Carol Tassetta, working with the Daily Cloud, wrote Peter's Marks in the summer of 2023 and said, where's the black box warning? Where is it? No word from Marks.
Dr. Vaughn, you want to weigh in on the informed consent?
Well, the other thing is, I think emergency use authorization, actually by definition, when you fill out the documents for the patient, if they read it, it actually says that they should make sure that they are under no compulsion to get this product. And that is what's so confusing, because even though the product was mandated in the summer, at the end of the summer of 2021, the product on the shelves was still the EUA product. And in that sense, for somebody to be mandated to something that they also have to sign to say that they weren't mandated to do it is kind of hard to do legally.
By the way, that's the subject of a couple oversight letters in terms of the whole full authorization type thing. Dr. Thorpe, quickly?
I heard that.
Yes,
right?
on informed consent, there was completely the opposite.
Crazy. One more time.
Because even though the product was mandated in the summer, at the end of the summer of 2021, the product on the shelves was still the EUA product. And in that sense, for somebody to be mandated to something that they also have to sign to say that they weren't mandated to do it is kind of hard to do legally.
By the way, that's the subject of a couple oversight letters in terms of the whole full authorization type thing. Dr. Thorpe, quickly?
Yes, on informed consent, there was completely the opposite in pregnant women. HHS appears to have captured the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and my research team, including Maggie Thorpe, JD, have proven that with the Freedom of Information Act.
For a few million dollars, correct?
Many $1 million. They captured ACOG. In December of 2020, everybody at ACOG and the other organizations, we're not going to push this vaccine in pregnant women. In the span of a pregnancy, 40 weeks, September 27th, 2021, you will push the vaccine, you will push it in pregnant women and follow all the HHS criteria. And if you don't, we will destroy you and your professional career will take your license away and we will decertify you. That went out to 60,000 OBGYN doctors. So
we probably should have expanded the title of this: corruption of science, federal health agencies, what would you call those? Professional organizations?
These are the three organizations that essentially govern obstetrical care, not just in the United States of America, but the whole world.
By the way, I wanted to ask you, to what extent are the medical journals funded
whole
by
world.
various conflicting organizations, pharmaceutical companies? I've heard Chinese interests. I mean, are you aware of that? You were talking about the article written by the editors of the New England Journal of Medicine.
Yes, I'm aware of the study by Wen and colleagues, David Daniel Wen, that was just published October 10th of 20.
Fair use, fair use. We're listening to the so-called professionals in Senate. Fair use. Let's go, man.
24, documenting that 1.06 billion with a B dollars went to the reviewers of the medical journals, of probably the most influential medical journals, New England Journal of Medicine, Lancet, BMJ.
That's coming out of the pharmaceutical industry.
That's correct.
So, Dr. Walscott, as a vaccine injured, do you believe you received informed consent?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, informed consent, and I, as a physician, I believe strongly in informed consent. Informed consent requires true and transparent data. And we can sit here and hear the mantra or the typical narrative of safe, effective, saved millions of lives, but in reality, that's not true.
Then we're going to switch back over to them, man. We're going right back over there.
And it's abandonment. Okay? We get attacked. We walk a tightrope. We get attacked from the right. The right say, we're stupid. We shouldn't have got a shot. We should die. Okay? And I could show you social media stuff. The left says we're anti-vaxxers, which to me is one of the most ignorant things to say of myself, because all my children have been vaccinated. I got vaccine injured because I got vaccinated. But still, regardless, we get called anti-vaxxers. We report these to VAERS, okay? Nothing happens. I had an adverse event, which was, delayed the AstraZeneca trial in the United Kingdom, 2 times for 3 cases of transverse myelitis. I expected a call the day after. Days passed, weeks passed. By 3 weeks, I called the CDC myself and demanded, response. I always thought, I'd get this quick response and someone would help us. All of us that are vaccine injured know there's no phone call coming. There's no help coming. We have repeatedly met, and Brianne Dressen, who's my co-chair with Reactine, have met with Peter Marks over and over and over for the last, for a period of about 2 years. We have been placated. We have been blown off. We bring up adverse events, the neurological adverse events. We bring up the MIS, which is the multi-system inflammatory syndrome. We bring up the myocarditis. He thanks us. He says he'll get back to us. He never does. That went on for 2 years. So for people that think it's this kumbaya, where all people are listening to us and people are all in these federal agencies are trying to help it get to the bottom of it, it is the farthest from the truth.
So there have been a number of claims made.
You already know it,
there'll be continued to be a number of claims made. I just ask anybody making a claim, please provide your citations. Please provide, again, respect the science. Let me see the science. I mean, I'm very genuine here. Let me see.
He's against them now that they fucked them up. But you see how they trick the people? They make you sign the waiver. And then once you sign the waiver, they try to act like you didn't have to sign that waiver. But once you sign the waiver, it's over, man. And they were talking about when they passed and gave these pharmaceutical companies immunity was like in 1996. You used to sue the pharmaceutical companies, but after 96 and they passed that, gave them immunity, especially on vaccines. And they said that you cannot sue over a vaccine-related death, and the Congress backed it up. They're going to say it. Let's go.
Down more vessels and ultimately kills them. And what we also saw was if you went into the hospital in the spring or summer of 2020, you were twice as likely to leave alive if you were already on a blood thinner. Now, I will tell you, most of your friends that are on blood thinners
shout out my
probably
brother
aren't
Mouthpiece.
healthier than
Much love and
you.
respect,
So it's
brother.
kind of interesting to find out that
Much
the
love and
people that were
respect,
on blood
Mouthpiece.
thinners had a protection. So again, those were signals that were really downplayed. Unfortunately, after a lot of the treatment was codified by the CARES Act, it resulted in basically a protocol-based treatment for in-hospital care.
As long as you start, can you, anybody describe remdesivir? Anybody want to speak to that? If not, I'll do that for another hearing. I mean, just the conflict of interest of how that was being approved. So okay, we'll wave off on that.
But what we uniquely found, and my collaborators in South Africa, Risha Pretorius and Doug Kell at University of Liverpool, was that the spike protein was able to induce fibrin from fibrinogen, which is a fancy word for saying, hey, forming the backbone of clotting. But it did it in a way that was different, that we had not seen. And it was what we would similarly think of fibrin as kind of like spaghetti coming out of the colander that you could pull apart when you didn't need it. It was easy to break down. But the actual clot that was formed in COVID or from the spike protein from the vaccine was like burnt spaghetti casserole that you have to get a Brillo pad to get off the dish. And a lot of people, their issue is their inability to break down that clotting mechanism. We all need to clot, but we all need to actually get rid of the clot. And that is the problem.
That's pretty obvious ignored. Dr. Thorpe, I'll get to you, but Dr. McCulloch, real quick.
Quickly, in the last 5 years, I've never treated as many blood clots in my entire multiple decades of clinical practice as a cardiologist. The blood clots occur after the infection with the virus and the vaccine because the spike protein causes blood clots. It's without any controversy in medicine, the spike protein causes blood clots. So it is reckless and foolhardy to continue to vaccinate people and load the body with spike protein and cause more blood clots.
There were other parts of the coronavirus that they could have used in the lipid nanoparticle. I mean, they could have injected something else that wasn't quite so toxic.
Yeah, and actually, a paper in Cell, July of 2021, it's called Broad and Durable Immunity from basically COVID. And what they found was the nucleoprotein was actually the thing that supplied broad and durable immunity for actually prevention of infection. Unfortunately, the spike protein did not elicit that response. And as much as we love this mRNA technology, it seems like they sold it as something that we could change on the dime as information actually came to light. And by July 2021, we knew the wrong protein had been picked. Why didn't they change it?
Kept using the bad
That's
protein.
a good question. Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Vaughn, I noticed that you were careful when you said that children didn't die of COVID to say statistically, which I appreciate. 1.2 million Americans died of COVID-19.
Pause.
Tragically, more than a...
Pause. And you see how they were censoring us on YouTube? You see how we couldn't talk about COVID deaths. Now they letting it out. Fair use, fair use. I'm playing with, the Economic Times is playing right now. Fair use. They're talking about it. I'm talking about it. But you see what I'm saying? This shit wild, man. They knew that spike protein caused the blood clots, and they kept it going. They could have changed it and used another one, but they wanted to make sure they used that RNA, DNA, that shit right there, where it breaks down your immune system. But let's listen, man. It overloads your immune system.
Somewhat euphemistic way of putting it. I'm sure you'll agree. But let me just point out that our entire society was traumatized by COVID. People were out of school. We can argue about the merits of whether they should have been, but it has affected our entire society. And just so we're all on the same page here, I'm in strong agreement that schools are good. Kids should be in school. Let me point out, though, because we want to learn from history
here.
Yeah, I
disagree with that.
That when there are side effects, when there are threats to public health, there should be warnings. The public should know, so should doctors and researchers. And right now, I'm looking at a report from NPR, it's dated May 21 of this year, which describes the effects of cutting back on the CDC's capacity to warn, and says that many of the platforms, quote, many of the platforms the CDC used to communicate with the public have gone silent, end quote. It says, quote, many of the CDC's newsletters have stopped being distributed. Workers at the CDC say health alerts about disease outbreaks previously sent to health professionals subscribed to the CDC's Health Alert Network, HAN, haven't been dispatched since March. I understand the concerns that have been expressed here, and let's learn from scientific practice and make sure that the Department of Health and Human Services provides the resources that are necessary to warn the public. I want to ask Dr. Brown, because you've talked about both your experience in Samoa in 2019 with the measles outbreak there, which eventually killed 83 people, as I understand it. Again, measles was thought to be eliminated in the world. That outbreak was fueled by misinformation about the measles science, spread by a number of vaccine doubters or skeptics, including the now Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. That campaign caused the vaccination rate against measles in Samoa to drop from over 74% to just 34% between 2017 and 2018. Do you see parallels between the measles outbreak you helped to address in Samoa and the one that we're now seeing in Texas that has reached 31 states, including Hawaii, and the COVID-19 situation?
Hey, shout out to sponsors.
Thank you, Senator. There are more than parallels. It's just terrifyingly similar.
Hopefully you and the family good. Executive session. Good to see you, brother. Shout out my nigga executive session sponsor. Yeah, I said let me tap in. They did this today. So I was like, let me tap in late night. I don't feel like talking about slaves, slave boats. I want to talk about recent events that's going on now. So shout out to everybody listening, man. We listening what Senate was talking about. And fair use.
So what happened, I'll give you the brief version, in Samoa was prior to the outbreak, 2 children had been given vaccinations, and tragically, there was human error, and 2 nurses who were later prosecuted made a mistake, a tragic mistake, and they used the wrong reagent, the fluid with the vaccine, and they vaccinated incorrectly these 2 children, and the 2 children perished, which is, of course, tragic in every way, and we always have to hold all healthcare people to account. Now, after that, there was panic. And what happened in the months and years thereafter was that human error was not a vaccine flaw, it was a human error. And that information was then spread incorrectly by then Mr. Kennedy, before being Secretary Kennedy, and the Children's Health Defense. And that country and their leadership told me this directly. They received letters. There were stories all across Samoa that this group of people came and convinced them not to vaccinate. And they had a lot of challenges with health literacy, and they stopped vaccinating. And then when you get vaccination rates that are that low, and mind you, we have this challenge because we have 14 states, my state is among them, where the kindergartners in our states, age 5, sometimes age 6, are at dangerously low vaccination rates for measles. When it gets that low, you're going to see outbreaks. Unlucky. The cases could come from anywhere. They could come from overseas. They could come from within our own country. But if you get below 95% and certainly below 90%, you see these outbreaks. And then you have, 1 in 5 people end up in the hospital. You have 1 in 20 with pneumonias. You have encephalopathies. You have all sorts of damage. So that's what happened in Samoa. And to be very direct, and actually I want to be generous here, there are many things that Secretary Kennedy is doing that I support. I support his work on some of the questions about processed foods and dyes and environmental toxins, things that I have believed for decades and fought for, as have many of you probably. However, this is so central to the public health of our country that because we have vaccine hesitancy, and because when you fall below 95% and particularly below 90%, you will see these outbreaks. So we can anticipate that we're going to have a lot of outbreaks, first of measles, and there's going to be fatalities and lots of consequences. We're going to see pertussis. God help us all if we start seeing meningitis or polio break out. These are diseases that have been eradicated. And so what I would say is I really appreciate the chairman's focus on truth and making sure there's transparency and going through the record. I appreciate that. I appreciate individuals who I disagree with fighting for their voices. But what I don't appreciate is when there are individuals with no public health training, whether it's a senator or someone that's one of our colleagues, and they make a assertion to move away from science and away from prevention that has been proven, that I have deep concerns about. And that's what happened in Samoa, killing 83 people. We had to jump in. And then that is what is happening in Texas and a bunch of other states. And I don't think it would be very interesting to ask all the senators privately and congresspeople and all of us if any of us could accept that kind of spread of infectious disease amongst the people that we love. Even if we don't believe in vaccinations, we certainly don't believe in tragic outcomes, things that we can prevent. And that's where I think we should go as a country to heal.
Okay,
I'm going to interrupt just to say, I apologize. I am the ranking member on the Veterans Affairs Committee. There's a separate hearing beginning right now. I have more questions. I'm going to try to come back, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize. I'm going to have to leave. Thank you.
Appreciate you coming. This is the part I was actually looking forward to. Unplugged. So, Governor, I'm just going to be honest with what gets under my skin is how many times those of us who've had a different narrative on this, or not a narrative, but just a different viewpoint on this, we are always accused of ignoring science. I think I've been trying to follow it quite closely. So again, I will ask you, and we can go through your testimony. Every time you cited something, we will ask you to cite the study that proves what you're saying. Okay? So again, not really a challenge, it's a request. I mean, I would ask that of all of you. Any of you who have cited some study or some opinion, back it up. And we'll include in the hearing record. We'll have this hearing record will stay open for 15 days. So I'm really encouraging people, send me that science. Again, I entered a piece from Raphael Lataster that pretty well debunks the Watson, I think it's Watson et al., the claims it's the COVID injection saved millions. This is based on mathematical models. It really wasn't scientific study. So again, throw it all in the hopper and let the public decide. But I do have some questions. Dr. Thorpe, speaking of corrupted studies, you mentioned in your opening statement that
I heard that corrupted study.
Which
Y'all heard that, right? Let me go back just a bit.
By the way, Tom Shimakura, we have sent something like 70 over, and I'm going to probably interrupt you because I want everybody to understand what you're talking about in this study, because we're talking about numbers here, but describe that study
corrupted
what you
studies.
call fetal demise, miscarriage,
Anybody explain
and how it was
corrupted
originally
studies
presented
for me, please?
as evidence to push this on the most vulnerable.
Hey, somebody, please explain corrupted studies. uh, oh man, this shit mind blowing, man. I was listening to this shit, man. Corrupted studies. Is that like the out of Africa corrupted studies that y'all been pushing? Oh man. Let's continue listening. Oh shit, what I do. All right, let's bring it back.
As you're saying, pregnant women and the unborn.
Let's bring it
and
back.
how did they distort that study
Hopefully
to make
everybody
that
having
point?
a good night, man.
Go ahead.
Power to the
Thank you,
motherfucking
Senator
people,
Johnson. So the study in question is a New England Journal of Medicine on April 21st, 2021. And in that same day, the digital edition, there were two publications that were extraordinarily concerning. Both of them, interestingly, coming at a time when vaccine hesitancy was increasing. So the Shimabukuro study was a separate study.
Because people wasn't believing in the vaccines, they made it mandatory and pushed it even harder and made it mandatory for if you had over, I think it was 100 employees, you had to push it. But let's listen.
Of itself reduced the maternal mortality by as much as 75% during pregnancy compared to non-pregnant women. That study was available. Also, Dr. Shimabukuro, Tom Shimabukuro, and then director of the CDC, this was 7 weeks after the Pfizer 5.3.6.
Y'all hear this shit, man? Shout out my brother Derek Kennard, flat motherfucking power to the flat power family, man. Hopefully everybody good. JJ, Derek Kennard, executive session. Appreciate all y'all tapping in. Mouthpiece, P. Moses, Prophet Levi, all sponsors, man. Day one sponsors. My brother Ant. Pimp out my rides. Clay Gray, I see you out there, Clay Gray. Dre Cobb, man, all family in the house. Pimp out my ride, man. Appreciate everybody. Sponsor Ant. Focus Minds, Fair Growth. Appreciate you, man. Y'all hearing this shit, man? 100 blunt salute, flat motherfucking power. Good seeing you, brother. I ain't seen you in a minute. Much love and respect, brother. You know, they talking on other channels that slave shit. Nah, I'm talking about real live events, what happened. That, you know, the medical or the corporation pushed this shit. Made people sign waivers. Forced them to sign waivers. Shit, wow, man. Hey, shout out my brother Chief Crazy Overstand. Much love and respect, man. My nigga Derek Kennard, my nigga Chief Crazy Overstand, JJ, Prophet Levi, man. I appreciate y'all tapping in, man. I had to go live, man. I seen this shit earlier, man. They was talking about it earlier. So I gotta get this information out to the people, man. So hopefully everybody good, man. Buckle up, man. It's fucking roller coaster ride, man.
Normal miscarriage?
No, it's not.
And the links in the chat. If anybody want to come up, the
3%
links
when
in
you
the
have a
chat.
normal booking visit.
Okay,
and you have
so it's already an abnormal miscarriage rate in that 827.
That's correct.
Okay.
And so
now describe exactly how they.
Okay, so we have 827 patients, right? And they talk about a 12.6% miscarriage. But a miscarriage of those 827, 700 of those mothers had their vaccine in the third trimester. That's way beyond the window when a woman has a miscarriage. So they artificially took those 700 patients and put them in the first trimester. No, the 104 patients that had the
Y'all hear this
miscarriage,
shit, man?
that
This
goes
is
to the
really
127, 104
this is
over
really
120.
crimes against humanity, but do Americans have the balls to step up and push this shit? Because it's crimes against humanity what they did, man. But let's go, man.
You're looking at an
And link to the chat,
82%
man, if
miscarriage.
anybody wanna come on.
So the key is the percentage of women that got the vaccine had an 82% miscarriage. And by the way, that's the exact same miscarriage rate that was seen in the Pfizer 5.3.6.
I would argue that proves both points in the title of this
Y'all hear this shit,
hearing.
right?
The corruption of science, the corruption of federal health agencies. Now, Governor.
Y'all heard
listen,
that shit. Corruption of science. Corruption of the health agency. I can't run it back. It won't let me run it the fuck back, man. Y'all heard that shit, right? Corruption of science and corruption of the health industry. Put a one in the chat if y'all heard that, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat if y'all heard that. Yeah, JJ, depopulation, man. Shit, wow, man. See if anybody with me. Put a one in the chat, man, if y'all heard that. Let's go.
I'm going to move on to my next point. In one of our events, some of you were there, there's Dr. Moon opened up the insert for the COVID injection. Big piece of paper, fold up and
look at the level of cuts that we're facing over there, and I'm
I would think somewhere, when you take a look at the actual studies and the adverse events that were documented in those studies, now been released through the Pfizer papers and other means, you think somewhere they ought to put some information in there. So the point I want to make is I think an awful lot of folks are saying that there was not informed consent.
I just want to
I would
make sure
argue
y'all
they
heard
violated the invaluable
and that informed
principle
consent
of
shit,
informed
man.
consent with this COVID injection. I just think that's indisputable. I'll start with you, Dr. McCulloch. Do you want to weigh in on that?
I've presented at the FDA advisory meetings.
I was
I've advised
against it, man.
companies
My
for
family didn't
decades
do
on
it.
this, so I know the
Told my family
regulatory
no.
science very well. When a product definitely results in death, and there are thousands of peer-reviewed papers on this, Governor, the COVID vaccines in some people,
pause
sadly,
They show how corrupted the peer review is too in this shit, man. They show how corrupted the peer review, so that out of Africa theory shit, half the shit that they peer review is corrupted, man. They exposing a lot of shit, man. But let's listen. Let's listen, man. I got y'all.
and so Americans are not fairly informed.
Do you have any doubt in your mind that the COVID injection
They
caused
wasn't
some
fairly
deaths? I
informed.
mean, do you what do you think of the 38,607 right now listed on VAERS? What do you think the real number?
The CDC had been lying to the people about the safety of that, the flu shot, all the other shots. They was covering up the numbers. Totally corrupt. Let's go.
Number is. And do you have any science to back up your opinion?
The best data are autopsies. So in the largest autopsy series published to date, I know because I'm the senior author, of all the deaths we examined, and we re-reviewed them, we had an adjudication committee, we had ways of arbitration, deciding on did the vaccine cause death. The answer is, of these cases that came in for autopsy after vaccination, 73.9% of individuals, it was determined that the vaccine was the cause of death. First author is Holscher and colleagues, who's sitting right behind me.
And again, by FDA's own laws, that should be included on that package insert, correct?
Immediately in 2021, Dr. Carol Tassetta, working with the Daily Cloud, wrote Peter's Marks in the summer of 2023 and said, where's the black box warning? Where is it? No word from Marks.
Dr. Vaughn, you want to weigh in on the informed consent?
Well, the other thing is, I think emergency use authorization, actually by definition, when you fill out the documents for the patient, if they read it, it actually says that they should make sure that they are under no compulsion to get this product. And that is what's so confusing, because even though the product was mandated in the summer, at the end of the summer of 2021, the product on the shelves was still the EUA product. And in that sense, for somebody to be mandated to something that they also have to sign to say that they weren't mandated to do it is kind of hard to do legally.
By the way, that's the subject of a couple oversight letters in terms of whole full authorization type thing. Dr. Thorpe, quickly?
Yes, on informed consent, there was completely the opposite in pregnant women. HHS appears to have captured the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and my research team, including Maggie Thorpe, JD, have proven that with the Freedom of Information Act.
For a few $1 million, correct?
Many $1 million. They captured ACOG. In December of 2020, everybody at ACOG and the other organizations, we're not going to push this vaccine in pregnant women. In the span of a pregnancy, 40 weeks, September 27th, 2021, you will push the vaccine, you will push it in pregnant women and follow all the HHS criteria. And if you don't, we will destroy you and your professional career will take your license away and we will decertify you. That went out to 60,000 OBGYN doctors. So
we probably should have expanded the title of this: corruption of science, federal health agencies, what would you call those? Professional organizations?
These are the three organizations that essentially govern obstetrical care, not just in the United States of America, but the whole world.
By the way, I wanted to ask you, to what extent are the medical journals funded by various conflicting organizations, pharmaceutical companies? I've heard Chinese interests. I mean, are you aware of that? You were talking about the article written by the editors of the New England Journal of Medicine.
Yes, I'm aware of the study by Wen and colleagues, David Daniel Wen, that was just published October 10th of 2024, documenting that 1.06 billion with a B dollars went to the reviewers of the medical journals, of probably the most influential medical journals: New England Journal of Medicine, Lancet, BMJ.
That's coming out of the pharmaceutical industry.
Billions went out.
That's correct.
So Dr. Walscott, as a vaccine injured, do you believe you received informed consent?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, informed consent, and I, as a physician, I believe strongly in informed consent. Informed consent requires true and transparent data. And we can sit here and hear the mantra, or the typical narrative of safe, effective, saved millions of lives, but in reality, that's not true. Okay? We can talk about efficacy if we want. Again, certainly the vaccines don't prevent infection, don't prevent transmission. I think I could present to you, I mean, and refer to a lot about safety data, particularly with regards to all the adverse events that I think there's more than ample evidence that the federal regulatory agencies ignored. A lot of these systems, FAERS, vSafe, I call deliberately
Basically ignore it. They ignore it. That shit wild, man. Crimes against humanity. I'ma keep saying it, man. Power to the motherfucking people, man. They ignored it. Covered it up.
Deficient by design. So do I think I got informed consent? No. Do I think anyone here in the United States in the last 4 years have gotten informed consent in considering getting a COVID vaccination? Emphatically, no.
So by the way, my theory, and it's just a theory, I don't have the, proof, it's hard to prove these things. But my guess is the reason they were so concerned about issuing a warning on the Han is, again, they didn't want any vaccine hesitancy on this, right? And also, if they alert.
Hey, much love to my sister Jews, Grand Rising Jews. 512, much love to you and the family. Always a pleasure, sis. Learning and building. Y'all already know, all of y'all, man. Seeing your ass fucked up, Jews. That's why I'm playing it, What we've been saying from day one, man. Let's go.
Reports. It's mandatory because the surge of adrenaline when there's inflammation in the heart triggers a cardiac arrest. So you can imagine how reckless it was for the sports teams to mandate vaccines on athletes, provide no provision of safety, and then have them go out in the field.
So why would these federal health officials, when they're discussing putting that warning, that advisory for physicians as they did their kind of weak need warning on myocarditis, what does that tell you? Why would they pull that out?
It was reckless not to provide prudent guidance on reducing the risk of cardiac arrest when a patient has vaccine myocarditis. Whether it's acute myocarditis, we clinically recognize, by the way, 90% are young men, 90% are hospitalized. Tracy Hogan, others at UCSD show that, multiple studies, but there's a larger group of subclinical myocarditis. These are patients with heart palpitations, blood pressure swings, atypical chest pain. Listen, this is water under the bridge. Fortunately, very few people are taking COVID shots anymore, but these patients still have symptoms. A recent report by Koyosmu in Journal of the American College of Cardiology has shown cardiac arrest in people years after the vaccines, and they have found vaccine microscars in the heart.
And we can keep going down this. I did want to go to Mr. Siri, who does a really good job of describing V-Safe, because you actually had to sue. You shouldn't have had to sue, by the way, right? First of all, the health agencies who set up this V-Safe, voluntary online report on specifically the COVID-19 injection safety surveillance, right?
Yeah, V-Safe.
10 million people signed up voluntarily. You would think the federal health agencies would make that information just available anyway, but at a minimum, when you FOIA'd it, Freedom of Information Act, you think they would have just handed it over to you, right? They didn't do that, did they? You had to sue them. How long did it take you to actually get that V-Safe data? And then why don't you describe what you've got and why they were probably trying to hide it?
Sure, it took over 2 years, and you'd also think with.
Shout out Miss Geechee God. Much love and respect always. Good seeing you. Hopefully everything good with you and the family. Appreciate you tapping in, man. I wanted to put this information out. Fair use, fair use. All right, let's go.
The name like V-Safe, it would have been designed to actually assess safety with regards to the COVID-19 vaccine. So V-Safe is a program that the CDC rolled out in December of 2020, along with the first rollout of the first COVID-19 vaccines. And as you just pointed out, Senator, the point was to ask people to sign up. 10 million Americans signed up, almost all of them in the first 6 months. This was when there were no mandates. These were folks who were enthusiastic about getting the vaccine. These were the folks who who felt it was their civic duty. In fact, that's part of what they checked of why they signed up for V-Safe. And so over the next 2 years, the CDC kept putting out study after study after study, dozens of them, in which it said the COVID vaccine is safe. When you look at those studies, what is it relying upon? One of the primary data sets it's relying upon is the V-Safe data, okay? And so on behalf of our client ICANN, we, as you pointed out, submitted a Freedom of Information Act to the CDC, and we said, hey, this data you're collecting in vSafe is almost all de-identified because most of it's checked the box. Please provide it. The American public pays for it. You're public servants. American public should have access to it, should be able to do what scientific inquiry is supposed to do, which is replication.
By the way,
Yes.
quickly, what did they ask and what didn't they ask on the vSafe?
Yeah,
I mean, talk how grossly
so
inadequate it was.
Yeah. So, I mean, I understand this hearing is about, did our public health agencies do things that were improper? Did they have scienter? Did they purposefully do things improper? And when you look at how vSafe was designed, I think you'll see that. So vSafe had check the box most of what vSafe collected was via check the box options. Then it had some free text field. There were two categories of check the box options. The first category were symptoms. So you could check the box for various symptoms, right? And the
Like, maybe give us an example.
fever, local, little pain.
The standard minor things, right?
Right. And so those symptoms, the vSafe system only asked you for the first 7 days after injection. And as Dr. Shimabukuro even said in an email that we obtained via FOIA, those were the expected reactions. It's what they called almost immunogenicity. It shows the vaccine is working. And so the symptoms that they picked were totally useless for assessing the safety of the COVID-19 vaccines. And in fact, when you look at the studies that the CDC published, people were reporting those symptoms at 40, 50, 60% of them. Yeah, they reported, pain in the arm, of course. But they were viewed as normal to have a little chill, have a little fevers. And so that part of vSafe was totally useless for assessing safety. So that wasn't useful. What was left? The only other thing that was checked the box was if you sought medical care, if you missed school or work, or if you were unable to perform normal daily activities, and if you checked that you missed, you needed medical care, it then asked you, were you hospitalized, emergency room, urgent care, or telehealth, okay? So that was the data they were collecting. So presumably, vSafe was gonna assess safety by looking at people who sought medical care after vaccination, because everything else they collected on check the box was, at least on the symptoms, was not useful. Now, before I go on to tell you what the healthcare seeking data showed, I just want to go back to the symptoms that the CDC chose. One of the things that we obtained was a copy of the very first version of the design documents for creating vSafe. And when you go to the last page of that design document, it's in my 66-page submission. Everything I'm saying is in the 66-page position with citations and support. What you will see is they had a table. It was called Adverse Events of Special Interest, Pre-Specified Medical Conditions. And on that list, it had myocarditis, it had pericarditis, it had all of the issues that we now see and people have reported with regards to COVID-19 vaccine. It was in their design document before they launched vSafe, but not a single one of those conditions ended up as a check the box, or at least the symptoms of those conditions. You could have put in at least chest pain if you didn't want to use the word myocarditis or pericarditis, but they didn't do that. To me, that is the best evidence, one of the best pieces of evidence out there that our federal health authorities knowingly, consciously chose to design this system. It was not to determine safety. It was in order to assure their a priori assumption of safety. At the end of the day, CDC is a government agency. In my experience, they don't conduct themselves based on what folks would call science or medicine. They are a policy organization. They set their policy, and then everything that they do has to conform with that policy, and their policy is safe and effective.
So again, voluntary system, 10 million people signed up.
Yes.
They've tracked all this data, inadequate, check the box information.
Not only inadequate,
and what they should have been just making available online, like quite honestly, like VAERS. I mean, VAERS available. You can see it. Okay.
They should have.
They should have made that available as well. They didn't, and so you had to sue. When did you sue them?
Sued them. It would have been a few months after the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine. And
Okay,
it took us a year and a half.
early in 2021.
It took us 2 lawsuits actually, because we in order to make them take contradictory positions, and only so we sued them 2 different ways, and only when they had no choice, they finally released the data after
And
a year and a
you
half.
first filed a FOIA request.
Yes.
And they should have just boom, they should have handed it over to you.
if
right?
they want
because
to be
they obviously
transparent.
were collecting this data, had to be kind of centralized. Wouldn't have been that big a task, I wouldn't think. To okay, here's what the data shows
It would
us.
have taken seconds.
They should have, by law, should have just turned it over to you,
They should have.
and they didn't. So you had to go to court, and it took you 2 years.
It took it.
Okay, then so now drum roll.
Yes.
What did the VSafe data show once you finally extracted it by a lawsuit using the courts?
Yes.
What did they show you about how safe the
Here's what
injection was?
Here's what it showed. In contrast to the dozens of studies that the CDC relied upon to say that COVID-19 vaccines were safe using VSafe data, where they only reported the first week of what people reported after the injection seek medical care, even though they know that injuries from COVID vaccine can happen well after the first week, but they only reported the first week to make the number look low. And even though they designed the system to collect medical seeking behavior for 6 weeks after getting the vaccine and 3 more instances after that, when we got the data, it showed that 7.7% of VSafe users reported needing medical care after the COVID-19 vaccine. And 75% of those reported they were hospitalized, emergency room, or urgent care, and on average, they sought medical care 2 to 3 times each. All of this data is publicly available now, and so if you're asking,
And by the way, and a quarter missed a day of work, which by the way, Thomas Schumer Bakura in a video before the emergency use authorization about the safety surveillance system said, we're going to take this so seriously. If somebody loses a day of work, we're going to have a CDC official on the phone following up, checking it out. Was that your experience, Dr. Walskog?
Absolutely not.
Not exactly. Did you want to say anything else about that? I know I've been kind of stomping on you.
no, not at all. No, it's just this. When they designed VSafe, the only data that probably could have assessed safety was medical seeking behavior. So you would hope our federal health agencies had a number. Look at how, how often COVID itself injured people. So you want to make sure the vaccine's safer than that, right? So was it 1 in 200 sought medical care? Would they pulled the plug? 1 in 100 people reported seeking medical care VSafe, then they'd pull the plug? The data showed 1 in 13 people sought medical care on average 2 to 3 times each. I don't think there was a number, unfortunately, that would have been sufficient for CDC to pull the plug.
So what we sought for years is their analysis of errors, the proportional reporting ratio, which they did release some of those through FOIA to news organizations, that type of thing, not particularly useful. And by the way, they didn't particularly like that statistic anyway, so they did empirical Bayesian analysis. Never got it. Over a year, never got it.
Well, we have
Why?
2 federal lawsuits still going on right now for
Why?
the EV data.
Okay, now we're starting to get some of it. Okay, and again, I don't want to steal thunder or jump the shark on things that I know about that are being studied, but I think it'll be shocking to people to realize that they definitely had signals in empirical Bayesian that they were not reporting. And it will show. It's kind of complex, but this will be shown.
Well,
okay, so that's what I say. They say, well, you're not proving the case on this myocarditis. No, this is the tip of the iceberg, of the cover-up, of the downplaying, and you have to ask why. Governor, just this story, were you aware of the story of VSafe?
Through the testimony, I should probably be allowed to comment. There's been a lot of comments, and we talk about commenting and so on, because I'm pretty outnumbered here. Look, the couple things. First of all, VAERS, all right, which has been mentioned a bunch of times. It's not an adjudicated reporting system. It's valuable to get input, which we're grateful for, but it is a flood of experience, and there is no, there's no clear causal connection. No, I see your numbers, but that doesn't.
Did that cause you concern?
No, it didn't. I'll tell you why. Because we do want input, massive input. I'm grateful that there were people putting that in there, but that's why we do science and studies. We don't just do what this is.
I'm going to argue with you here, okay?
Fine.
So here's the problem, because I was going to go down this road. They didn't see safety signals because they didn't want to see them. They had them. They wouldn't report on them. They lied to us. So that's what I'm trying to get at. They lied to us, just like they lied and said, this thing's going to stay in your arm, when they knew it wouldn't, and we know conclusively it does not. They talked about the mRNA. This can just, it's going to go in there, stay in the arm, it's going to dissolve, in hours, couple days, whatever. But they knew it wasn't mRNA, it was modified RNA, and it stayed in the body. together with the spike protein. And we have studies of that. They're not talking about that as they continue to push this. So again, they've lied to us. So again, you can keep saying that, oh, follow the science. No, the science has been corrupted and the agencies have been corrupted. So we have not been able to believe in them. That's why they have no credibility.
I'm entitled
Go
to
ahead,
answer
Governor.
many of these things. So we certainly disagree on.
And I've been saying that since I came in the YouTube world, how the medical, the history, all the science, all corrupted. Data corrupted. Ignored. I had to play this, man. Shit is shows how fucked up and corrupt this whole system is, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And they still believing in it, and they still pushing it too. They still pushing that shit too. And the people that took it they don't see nothing. They don't even see this video. They don't want to hear it. Total denial. Let's go, man. Hopefully everybody good, man.
But I will tell you that we saw one heck of a lot more terrible cardiac issues, myocarditis, far more clots for people that ended up in the ICU that we had to treat. We saw cataclysmic numbers when people got bad COVID and ended up at the hospital, but they didn't get bad COVID when they got vaccinated. That is the point. Now, we're walking past a lot of those issues.
Okay, can you cite the study that proves that?
Yes, and I'm happy.
So provide that.
Of course we will. And you can get, there's another 24,000 pages of data on both sides of this argument, okay? And everybody knows that the colossal damage to human beings.
Will you provide this committee that study?
Of course we will. And all of the data nationally and internationally showed that people had these complications in much larger numbers from severe COVID than they did from vaccinations, much larger numbers. Now, we can have that debate, and we'll get you at plenty of studies, okay? And the studies will be, he's shaking his head, but that's what the vast body of mainstream researchers and mainstream healthcare providers feel. Now, I don't want to disparage my colleagues that are up at this table, okay? But I will tell you that we are going down a rabbit hole to demonize the vaccinations. And maybe someday we will find that there should have been more transparency. Maybe people will find ultimately, that vaccines cause more harm than people were able to report at the time. However, it's my firm belief as a provider of healthcare and a person who had to make a state plan that there is value in providing vaccinations like this. And next time we have a pandemic, it's going to be even more serious if it ever affects children. I will tell you, people are going to clamor for vaccinations if children are terribly affected. And the country, you think it was shut down before, it's going to be shut down 50 times worse. We worked to open the state. That was a misrepresentation by the good senator from Ohio. We worked to open the schools and open the state by just making sure people had a test so they were negative. It helped us. And we didn't force people to get vaccinated if they wanted to travel. And I didn't support mandates, just so you know the truth.
That's fine.
Right. So a lot of this, of course, is tilted very heavily to demonize this vaccination and the process. And I respect if the data comes out and shows that, or someone covered up, I respect that.
So I will say the COVID cartel was tilted very strongly to demonize these people, okay? To vilify them, to offer retribution. So no,
but you just called them a cartel. You don't think that's demonizing somebody?
So there's no doubt that this panel is definitely tilted toward one side, but the vast majority of the media and the agencies and everything else are tilted toward the one side, and that's what's so frustrating. The reason we'll have a tough time the next pandemic is because our federal health officials and the media lied to us, and we have proof they lied to us, and we have proof that they went and they used the power of the federal government to have social media companies censor people. Dr. Walscott, I do want to...
Yeah, I heard that. Rainwater was good. How they use social media to censor us. How? All they did was lie to the people, push fearmonger, push propaganda. But let's go. Hopefully
Cover this
everybody's
because
good.
this is egregious. And people committed suicide because of this. But talk about how Facebook, after our event in Milwaukee, talk about how Facebook repeatedly shut down the support groups for the vaccine injured. That was their only lifeline because they could not get help. They weren't believed. They only had each other. And so they had these Facebook groups, and Facebook shut them down, and people lost contact, and people committed suicide because of it.
Yeah, so this is now earlier in 2021 when there was just a couple of isolated people across the country early on. For example, Breanne Dressen, who's my co-chair at React 19, she was injured during the AstraZeneca trial, so very much in the fall of 2020. And early on after that episode, she started communicating with some other people across the country. And, her husband has some connections out at the NIH. That group started communicating with Dr. Nath, who is a neurologist at the NIH, who clearly confirmed that these injuries were vaccine related. These people started giving each other support. Really, what do we do? What do we do? Communicated with Dr.
I heard this
Johnson's
shit.
office. I'm sorry,
I'm one
Senator
of the
Johnson's
victims of
office.
that too.
And in the
I'm
end,
one of the
they had a
victims
press
of that. They
conference
covered my
in
shit up too.
June of 2021 in Milwaukee. And the idea of the press conference, again, don't let me speak for you, Senator, but was just to allow these people
Tell the story.
to be acknowledged and to communicate their story. Well, not only did the media show
I
up
heard
and
that,
not
right?
cover their story, it turned into a hit piece basically on Senator Johnson. But more importantly, within 3 to 5 days after that press conference, all of those support groups that Breanne Dressen had set up were all shut down.
They shut
And in
all of them
retrospect,
down. They
they
didn't want
found
to hear
out that,
nothing from the people.
through the White House
That was
communication office, who was communicating with another
dying,
contractor who was
that
following
was
her,
unallowed,
and they
and that was getting
directly
vaccine
through the White
related
House communication office shut all those groups down. And you might say, well, it's
problems.
too bad they can't communicate with each other. No, some of the people were suicidal and subsequently killed themselves. So this resulted in,
And Governor,
this is
again, I've
real
heard you say, and we should never do that, and it's regrettable and all kinds of stuff, but that's what happened. It happened repeatedly. It's still happening.
Y'all hear that shit, right?
Look, let me
Y'all hear
support
that shit, right?
Dr. Walsog, okay,
It's
for a
still
moment.
happening, motherfuckers.
Okay, first, I will be
Unaliving
empathetic.
themselves
It is
'cause they know
terrible.
they
And
fucked
believe
up.
me, this is not
Or get
anything
sick.
that I would do. But let me just say this.
Tell you, Peter Marks didn't find it terrible because he's behind it.
Okay, well, but I do want to say that is terrible, and we should have open communication. However, that is not necessarily what I'm feeling. The love here in the hearing, okay, and mind you, I spent 14 years on your side of the desk, and I spent now
Telling
6 years on
people
the
don't
other
do
side
that shit,
as
man.
an executive. The truth is, it's always somewhere in the middle. People have their biases, and if it's true that the Biden administration, encouraged people to not share information, that's bad. But there was another president also that was encouraging the vaccinations, and so we had two presidents, one Republican, one Democrat, in fairness, who they promoted the vaccine. And so all this conversation about not sharing enough of the potential risks and
They're
so
gonna
on.
make sure both the Republican and Democrat don't get away with that shit because they both pushed it, the Democrats and the Republicans. The Republicans can't say that they didn't push it. Trump put the shit in warp speed. He knew about it. Man, oh man. I'm glad y'all, the 20 people here listening to this shit, man. And links in the chat if anybody want to come up this pen, man. I said I wanted to talk about real information, not no shit that happened in 1776, 1492, 1 BC. Now we talk about shit that happened recent past, 2021, 22, 23, because they even said another one is going to come. And the ones that already took it going to have to take that one. And they're going to have to keep taking them to stay alive. Shit, wow, man. Let's go.
So we can throw those in the hearing record and compare them to other studies like, for example, the Lassiter study or Lataster study that I did enter.
It will not be difficult, Senator. There's so many.
And again, listen, as I said, I'm well aware of the fact 5. I think I've given you a fair amount of time to respond and stuff, and I've tried to be respectful.
I'm used to talking a lot. It's okay.
We all are. It's an occupational hazard here, and we'll just prove it here, Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you. And I'll have to be quick because I have to actually go to the floor. I've just been at my other committee meeting. And I want to ask you a kind of yes or no question, Governor Green. HHS apparently is making plans to change the way that vaccines are approved, requiring placebo trials for vaccines that have been used previously for decades. In other words, the clinical trials on vaccines already in use will involve placebo trials. I understand a lot of doctors feel that this practice would be unethical. Do you agree?
Yes, that will be unethical.
Thank you.
And it will be unethical because we already have demonstration that people get protection. So it's unethical to give them a placebo and watch kids die of meningitis or diphtheria or polio. That's why it's unethical.
It's not unethical to study. It's not unethical to research. It's not unethical to run trials.
Y'all hear this shit?
To possibly put people at risk when a particular vaccine.
Keep experimenting on our ass. Man, this shit wild, man. I wanted the people to hear this shit, man. Hopefully everybody good, man.
Has already been proven safe and effective and has been in use for decades, that would be unethical.
Correct, Senator.
Thank you. I want to ask Dr. McCullough, I understand that you are an executive of the wellness company, and that the wellness company has made money from the sale of supplements and other, quote, spike detox products. Is that correct?
I'm the Chief Scientific Officer of the Wellness Company, which is a national company started in 2022. It delivers healthcare. So it's a company of doctors. Also provides nutraceuticals and supplements, fully prescribes drugs across the range, health education materials.
How much money has your company made from the sale of spike detox products?
And the company has innovative products like spike detoxification based on peer-reviewed studies demonstrating the scientific underpinnings for a combined use of.
Show how corrupt the peer-reviewed studies is. This shit wow, man. This shit wow. Let's go.
Well,
3 over-the-counter nutraceuticals, which are nattokinase, bromelain, and curcumin. You can buy them anywhere on the internet if you want them. So the company, I don't have the company's balance sheet with me, but I can tell you its overall valuation right now is about $50 million with an M. And that pales in comparison to the tens of billions of dollars that the government spent on vaccines that have caused great harm. At the Wellness Company, we are trying to help the country recover, whereas further vaccination is putting the country into a big hole in terms of damaging their health care.
And your
audience, please.
Your company, that company also makes ivermectin? Ivermectin?
The company can prescribe, the doctors can prescribe ivermectin, they can prescribe Paxlovid, molnupiravir, they can prescribe any drug within the pharmacopoeia.
How much have been the profits from the sale of that drug since 2020?
Well, it's prescribed, so whatever pharmacy delivers it, like CVS or Walgreens, they would derive any
I'm
profit
talking
from
about profits for the company.
It can't, because they prescribe drugs to pharmacies. The pharmacies are the ones that people pay to get the
What
medication.
is do you have a personal share in profits from the wellness company?
Yeah, I receive a set salary. I don't receive any percent share of profits, and I have a very minor equity stake in the company. I work there part-time. I'm full-time in practice. I'm also the president of the McCullough Foundation.
But you do share in the revenue and profits.
I receive a set salary.
Let me ask you,
So that's
again,
it's an
I wanna-
incorrect assertion. I get a set salary. I do not have any sharing of any revenue that comes in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Has your board certification ever been revoked?
I resigned from the American Board of Internal Medicine November 11th of 2024 due to an ongoing dispute over the term you've used, misinformation, which is a propaganda term. It's a leverage term. So I had a dispute. I resigned from them. Listen, I'm one of the most published people in the American Board of Internal Medicine. They rely on my research for a lot of their board materials.
So you're no longer board certified?
I'm board certified by the National Association of Physicians and Surgeons. There's many different organizations that provide board certification.
Which one did you resign from?
The American Board of Internal Medicine, after 40 years of a perfect clinical track record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A perfect example of the vilification of people that had a second opinion. By the way, it's always my understanding in medicine that if you had a serious health condition, you go seek a second opinion, because nobody has all the answers. Every human body is different, but that was an unfortunate line of questioning. Mr. Siri, do you want to describe why it's appropriate for HHS Secretary Kennedy to actually do some research on vaccines? I'm quite sure, tell me if I'm wrong here, but when Mr. Kennedy pressed Fauci for the random control blind placebo trials on childhood vaccines, oh yeah, we've done all kinds of them. Couldn't produce one. I know in testimony we've had other officials of the CDC, FDA ask the same question. They just can't come up with them. So can you set the record straight in terms of what studies have actually been done on the vaccines on the childhood schedule?
Absolutely. So in my 66-page submission, I set out every single routine childhood vaccine on the CDC schedule today with sources citing to the FDA underlying clinical trial documents that confirm. So if you dispute this term, you got to argue with the FDA. Not a single routine childhood vaccine on the current schedule, other than the Covaxin licensed for 12 and older, was licensed based on a clinical trial in which the control group received a placebo. And if the control group received another vaccine, that vaccine was also not licensed based on a placebo-controlled trial. That is all set forth in here. It is categorically accurate, a placebo meaning an inert
substance. By the way, do you want to just talk about some of the most egregious examples? One I found, and this is off of a blog, or I mean off of a podcast, so, but I'm assuming it's true because it hasn't been disputed. Apparently, the approval for the aluminum adjuvant in vaccines was done off of a trial with 4 rabbits.
Aluminum adjuvant
one of the rabbits died. They killed the other ones after 28 days and found all kinds of aluminum in the body, but they approved it anyway. So good to go. Is that true as well?
Aluminum adjuvants are not. They're used to induce autoimmunity in lab animals. They are part of the active ingredients. They're not separately approved as our own standalone product. Injecting a child with just aluminum adjuvant would be entirely unethical because it has no therapeutic value in and of itself, unless you want to treat them like a lab animal.
I'm not suggesting do that. I'm just saying, but that's what it was approved for use in vaccines.
As far as I'm aware, actually, it's never been approved, aluminum adjuvant standing alone.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not aware of any such approval. But to answer your question, why look at the safety of childhood vaccines? And the answer, I think, is this. We should be looking at all environmental insults because we are in the midst right now of a pandemic. There's been a lot of talk. We got to be ready for the next pandemic. We have a pandemic right now. It's a pandemic of chronic disease amongst our children. Over 50% of kids in America have a chronic disease right now. That's up from under 13% in the early 80s. What's changed? What has caused massive immune dysregulation to occur amongst our children. Why do I say that? Because most of the chronic diseases that we've seen exploding, asthma, you go down the list, have an etiology in being a form of immune dysregulation. Not and I've set that forth in my submission as well. So you have an explosion in chronic disease since the early 80s. Most of those chronic diseases are a form of immune dysregulation. What has changed in terms of might be causing the immune systems of our children in mass to go haywire? Well, maybe we should start by ruling out the fact that we have gone from 3 injections on the CDC schedule in 1986, the year the National Child Vaccine Injury Act was passed, to currently, if a child gets the full CDC schedule, follows it today, by 1 year of age, gets 29 injections, including in utero, okay? 3 to 29. And every one of those vaccines, as I mentioned earlier, was clinical trialed and licensed by a company knowing they would not be liable for design defect claims. We need to study that,
So
like
maybe you ought to
everything else.
study that. Okay, I think we've probably gone about as far as we're going to go today. What I am going to do is give each one of you, and we'll end with the governor. You can have the last word. Well, I'll probably have the last word. But give you each, and I really respect it, not much more than a minute. If there's just something non-itchy point you want to make, can you make it in a minute? And we'll start with you, Dr. McCullough.
You've asked for us to cite evidence. 3 papers by Nathaniel Mead, who's in the audience today, a former National Institutes of Health writer, 3 of them that contain nearly 1,000 references, so they're all there in these papers, have concluded that the risks of COVID-19 vaccination far outweigh any theoretical benefits. We've heard countless wishful thoughts from Senator Blumenthal and from Governor Green, Dr. Green, but they're wishful. They wish the vaccines would have saved lives. They wish the vaccines would have reduced severity. I can tell you, because you know this, I was one of the few doctors who was on the real front lines of treating acutely sick patients at home. That's how we reduced risk of death, not via a vaccine. The marathon runner, he passed away because he didn't receive effective early multi-drug treatment. It didn't matter whether he took a vaccine or not. Our CDC knew about thousands of patients fully vaccinated early in 2021 dying of acute COVID-19. It was abundantly obvious the COVID-19 vaccines did not reduce the risk of death. I don't want America to be fooled by this hearing today, thinking that the vaccines save lives, because they didn't.
Dr. Vaughn, please, audience, please. Dr. Vaughn.
So I challenge physicians to really return to the 2 C's of medicine, which is care about the person, the actual human being in front of you, and actually be curious about why they're there and why they seek help, not tell them that it's all in their head and there's nothing you can do. And nothing I have read has said that your problems are problems that I can do anything about. Instead, especially when we look at vaccine injury and long COVID, we're talking about 10 to 15 million people that are suffering, and we have a medical community that doesn't know how to help them. We have to study it, and we have to get back to caring about our patients.
Man, y'all heard that shit? They don't even know how to they don't even know how to. Wow. They don't even know how to treat these people. Shit is wicked, man. Fair use, fair use. Y'all hearing this shit. Shit, wow, man.
Patients and being curious about what their ailments are.
By the way, real quick question, because I meant to ask this. You hear long COVID, you hear vaccine injury. You know, kind of my assumption is most doctors look at a vaccine injury, call it long COVID. You know, what do you think the breakdown is? Because long COVID exists, right? I mean, that spike protein's a nasty thing.
And so just again, I think one of the biggest things is, at least in the 4,000 patients I've seen, about 80% of them have been vaccinated, 20% have not. And so long COVID does not equally mean that you have had to be vaccinated. There's plenty of people that didn't get vaccinated that have long COVID. But the problem currently in the way the studies are done is they are not disambiguating that data. And it needs to be collected, and we need to study it.
Okay, Dr. Thorpe.
Thank you. I'm an extremely busy clinician, 45 years, okay? When I, just in the past, in my tenure, 4.5 years, while I was working through the pandemic with SSM
Hey,
Health,
shout out my brother
4.5 years, I
96,
saw
Black motherfucking power. Much love. Appreciate you, brother. Fair use, fair use. Yeah, man. We talking about real shit, man. Not no shit that happened in 1864, not no slave folks. What Congress is talking about today. Appreciate you, brother. They expose how the healthcare system is corrupt, how the CDC, all the above, man. Fair use, yeah, man. Let's go.
20%, which is about our U.S. population as compared to the rest of the world. That's over 900,000 serious adverse events to COVID shots here in the United States. And I think it's time to recognize these people, to research them, to provide them care, which they are not getting, and to consider getting them, and really getting them fair and just compensation.
I hear that shit.
Thank you.
I think it's well past time. Mr. Siri.
I'm just going to quickly correct the record on a few things I've heard here today, if that's okay. First is that
Crimes
most
against
vaccines, including
humanity,
most
like
childhood
I
vaccines
keep
required for
saying,
school, do
man.
not prevent transmission.
We got crimes against humanity with just this shit right here, man. But will people stick together? Is the question, man. I've been saying this shit since day one. I came on YouTube. Now the real information getting out how that shit was an experiment. They don't even know how to treat the people. The doctors, they made these doctors go along with them or they was going to take their license. Shit is wild, man.
They're just personal protection, like pertussis vaccine, activated polio vaccine. And I've heard a lot about COVID vaccine. COVID vaccine does not prevent transmission, which makes a lot of what was discussed here today, when you put it in that light, doesn't make much sense. And if it does reduce symptoms, it actually makes you more likely to transmit, because if you don't have as much symptoms and you're still transmitting, you're less likely to stay away from other people. I've also heard people talk about what the FDA's new guidance is. They're no longer going to give COVID vaccines to those who are in low-risk groups. That's not what the FDA said. Read it. What they said was that they're going to require proper clinical trials for those in low-risk groups, as they should. And I don't understand why there was so much talk about being opposed to this new FDA guidance.
Trial.
Why do
Don't be
we
a
oppose
clinical
gold
trial.
standard science? Also,
don't be a clinical trial, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. Fair use, fair use. Y'all heard what the man just said, man. You have a good night, Prophet Levi. I appreciate you, brother. We got to do a biblet, y'all, man. Get y'all biblets. Put your Gmail in the chat, Prophet Levi. Yes, that's facts, man. That's facts. Learning and building. They pushed it in the miseducation system. That our kids had to have them go to school. They pushed it for a lot of years, man. Let's listen to a little bit more.
No, I three quick more.
No, I've got to move on.
I got it. Okay.
Governor Green.
Okay, thank you for having me, Senator. A couple of things. I feel strongly about this. I feel strongly that vaccines save lives. I also acknowledge people who have different beliefs. I will say that a lot was said about being civil and kind to people who have disputed positions. Just so you know, one of the gentlemen who is on the panel today had their organization send out a hit piece on me back in my own home state. It was a very unusual thing as I came to testify in good faith. talking about my response,
Thank you,
but
Juice.
also
And
talking
nobody
about
ain't
things that
coming up
have
on the
nothing to do
panel.
with COVID, talking
Put
about
the
how I
link in
am
the
as a
chat.
governor. So there is an ugliness out there that we all are going to have to navigate. And I want to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Juice.
I will tell you that I oversaw a public health mission, which resulted in a 90% vaccination rate, which is quite extraordinary for this circumstance. And for our state, which was a closed system, we did very well. We had, and I will bring you, probably to your dismay, a truckload of data and paper and information, and it will be compelling. So hopefully that will be considered by those who have different opinions. And I will consider their different opinions. But I will tell you this, I will caution everyone that as we go down the rabbit hole of possibly...
That's what I'm saying, Prophet Levi. That's what I'm saying, brother. I still do my smoothies every day. Still juice. Let's go. I'm my own doctor. I ain't depending on them. They already have been compromised. They said it earlier in the video. They made these doctors go along with this. Let's go.
Moving away from vaccinations or vaccination programs, be very careful what you wish for, because as a physician who is still practicing, as a person who has spent many, many years practicing for the public health service, mind you, we will be in dire straits if we walk away from vaccinations and science. And the last thing I will tell you is I sat in, I believe it was this room, it was a similar room for sure, listening to the Secretary of Health and Human Services prior to his swearing in, talk about how he wouldn't even walk away from his professional life and his profits based on the work he's doing. And I'm not trying to demonize him, because as I've shared with you, I believe in some of the things that he supports. But when I hear from colleagues, people who are testifying about immunity, they have interests, and those interests should be walked away from. If anyone's going to try to influence you, walk away from your interests, walk away from your vested positions. Be truth tellers, perhaps. Be part of the public health solution, but do not suggest that you are not compromised as you suggest others are compromised. We should fight for equality, and we should fight for that kind of standard on both sides. That I recognize from the fellow testifiers, but there has been quite a lot of hypocrisy. And because I'm one of 6 and had to face some somewhat, let's just say, caustic moments, I don't want to complain. I just want to say the future of healthcare is going to be for us to come together, not demonize one another.
Get y'all
and we can talk
man.
further.
Bibler gang, man. And get with me, Prophet Levi. We're going to have a day that we just promote the Bibler, man. We sit here, play music, and promote your Bibler, man. Get with me, brother. As soon as you, whatever day you got time, let me know. Make sure y'all get y'all Biblers, man. Make sure y'all get y'all Biblers. Bibler gang. I got mine. A bunch of us got our Biblers, man. All right, Prophet Levi. I appreciate you, brother.
About that privately.
Hit
Thank
me
you,
up.
sir.
Let me know
Well,
when we can
I
do
regret
it.
caustic moments. I regret any kind of attacks. Don't support that at all. But I also don't like being accused of walking away from science. I mean, we're trying to restore integrity of science. I think it's indisputable it's been corrupted in many cases. So I'm
Yeah, I heard that science have been corrupted. We've been saying that in the Flat Power community for a minute. And now they admitting it in Congress. It's been corrupted. I email it to myself, good brother. Because I'm going to do a part 2 to this anyway. I'm going to come back and do a stream on this in the AM. Because I'm starting to get tired anyway. I got you, learning and building. I got it. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah. Shit, wow. I heard it. I said, I got to show it to the people, man. To whoever going to listen. Science corrupted, history corrupted, the medical care corrupted. The judicial system corrupted, the police corrupted, the whole system is corrupted.
Shut down by Facebook who have got the emails from the families or the final suicide note for one of those people. There are people in this room that have gotten that suicide note. And they're still not acknowledged. They're still being gaslit. They're still being vilified. So that's the reality of the situation. I ran for a third term because nobody was advocating for the vaccine injured. And I apologize for not having, no. I apologize up front for not having a hearing earlier, but it takes time to get this information. And again, we only had a little bit, which allowed, Senator Blumenthal to pick apart the evidence. I didn't say we made the full case. I've got indication we can make a pretty full case over the next at least 2 years during this chairmanship. So that's what I'm dedicated to doing. Stay tuned. There's going to be more to come. God bless all of you. By the way, got to do the record for this hearing will remain open for 15 days until Thursday, June 5th, 2025 at 5 p.m. That's when you submit all these studies. For the submission of statements and questions for the record, this hearing is adjourned. This hearing of the Permanent Subcommittee Investigations will come to order. I want to welcome everybody here. I appreciate your attendance in the audience. I certainly appreciate the time and effort that witnesses put into their testimony and their time coming here, traveling, and spending the afternoon with us. I would like to welcome Ranking Member Blumenthal, all the members, new and old. Senator Kim, thanks for showing up. To this, the first hearing of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations in the 119th Congress. I look forward to working with all of you as we conduct oversight investigations to uncover and expose the truth on issues that are important to the American people. My hope is our work will be largely nonpartisan. And I use that word specifically, nonpartisan. There should be nothing partisan about revealing the truth. That was this subcommittee's experience in the last Congress under Chairman Blumenthal, as we conducted bipartisan investigations into the assassination attempts on President Trump and the Coast Guard's cover-up of sexual abuse, and attempted to obtain information the government has withheld from the 9/11 families. In addition to the subcommittee's bipartisan record, its reputation for conducting thorough investigations spans decades. Since the 1940s, this subcommittee has been the epicenter of major congressional oversight efforts. I hope to use the subcommittee to build on that legacy by bringing much-needed transparency to the public, revealing the truth, and exposing wrongdoing. But it won't be easy. Wrongdoers are very good at covering their tracks, and we are already aware of allegations suggesting document destruction and purposeful evasion of FOIA. Quick little aside, I do want to tell members that, and members of the audience, this is not going to be a standard U.S. Senate hearing. I think it'll start out that way, but I was here early enough on the subcommittee with Senator Levin, for example, and Senator Levin would come with binders like we have of over 2,000 documents, but that was just his binder for the hearing, and they'd go all day long. This is about thorough investigation to uncover the truth. So again, I'm going to encourage the members. We'll have timing on the first round of questions, but if it's apparent that you're interested in this, if it's apparent that you've listened to the testimony, read the testimony, and you have more probing questions, I'll allow time to do it. Now, it'll be at my discretion, but I'll be, I think, very generous to serious types of questions. Now, the title of today's hearing is "The Corruption of Science in Federal Health Agencies: How Health Officials Downplayed and Hid Myocarditis and Other Adverse Events Associated with the COVID-19 Vaccines." I also want to take a moment to apologize, particularly to the vaccine injured, because I know there was an awful lot of expectation that as soon as I obtained this chairmanship that we'd be holding hearings immediately in January and February, and that was what my hope was. It didn't pan out that way because as dedicated as Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is to radical transparency in HHS, that's hard to achieve. And so it still has been difficult to get the documents. I think we finally got enough documents to certainly demonstrate in this case with myocarditis that the federal government was well aware of it, downplayed the severity, and hid what they had actually found. So again, that's what this hearing is about. That's what about the report that we're issuing in conjunction with this hearing is about. As chairman of the full committee, I held multiple hearings in the first year of the pandemic that opened my eyes to the capture and corruption of federal health agencies and scientific research. So much of our miserably failed response to COVID made no sense. Masking, devastating shutdowns, the sabotage of early treatment, rapid approval of remdesivir, and the maniacal reliance on the COVID-19 injections. I use that word purposefully as well, injections, they're not standard vaccines, as the only way to end the pandemic. As ranking member of this subcommittee, I was unable to interest the subcommittee or full committee chairs in joining my oversight of our pandemic response. So instead of formal hearings, I held public events, giving those injured by the COVID-19 injection a platform to appeal to federal health officials.
We will prioritize these families, especially Native American and Alaskan communities. We will protect IHS funding, streamline its operations, and give the tribes more autonomy in managing their resources. Let me be clear, we intend to make the Trump HHS not just the most effective, but also the most compassionate in U.S. history. Our official budget statement outlines many priorities, but I want to highlight a few.
And I want to
First, we will consolidate programs to better tackle mental health and addiction. These issues now rival chronic disease in their impact. The HHS will aggressively combat the opioid crisis, especially the spread of synthetic drugs like fentanyl. We will empower state, local, and tribal leaders to create effective solutions. Second, we will address nutrition, physical activity, and healthy lifestyles. The president's budget requests $94 billion in discretionary funds to support these priorities, including the Administration for a Healthy America. We will emphasize healthy eating and Head Start and ensure the program continues to serve its 750,000 children and parents effectively. Third, we will equip FDA to expand its food safety efforts through research, regulation, inspection, and education.
What's good,
remove harmful chemicals from food and packaging. Fourth, we will fund cutting-edge research at NIH while cutting risky or non-essential studies. That includes ending gain-of-function experiments and research based upon radical gender ideologies. At the CDC, we will return to core missions, tracking disease, investigating outbreaks, and sustaining public health infrastructure while cutting waste. Fifth, we will eliminate DEI funding and redirect resources toward real poverty reduction. We will move beyond lip service to communities of color and take meaningful action to meet their needs. Six, we will strengthen cybersecurity and health IT. The AI revolution has arrived, and we are already using new technology to manage health data more efficiently and securely. Finally, we will rebuild public trust, a trust that eroded through years of industry capture, corruption, waste, and misplaced priorities. We will launch a new era of transparency in public service, creating an honest, science-driven HHS that answers to the President, to Congress, and to the American people. I look forward to working with Congress to pursue this mission together as a bipartisan cause. Let's work side by side to make America healthy again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll start with questions. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate that NIH wants to recalibrate its research portfolio to address conditions not previously attended to sufficiently. Nutrition, conditions such as arise after viral infection like myalgic encephalomyelitis or chronic fatigue syndrome. But this is happening in tandem with reports that HHS is closing the Office for Long COVID Research and Practice. And I talk to people for whom long COVID is seriously impacting their life. So to what extent will HHS continue to support research, data collection, and other programs focused on understanding ongoing health impacts of long COVID?
Senator, I am 100% committed to finding treatments for long COVID. I'm deeply involved in that personally. I have a son who is really dramatically affected by long COVID. I have many, many friends who are affected by that and by Lyme disease, incidentally, which we also is also a priority. The COVID office was cut by an executive order from the White House, but everybody at NIH and at CDC is committed to these kind of studies, and I can tell you personally, I will make sure that they happen.
Thank you. The NIH is the largest public funder of biomedical research in the world, giving us an edge over countries like China, with whom we are obviously a geopolitical rival. But it takes a long time to develop this. And the rising prevalence of neurodegenerative disease is one area in which we have an impending crisis if we don't support the research and advanced cures. And my concern, and now I'll speak as a guy from Louisiana, if NIH funding is substantially reduced, they have folks at my universities, at Tulane and LSU, who are doing work on these sorts of things. So knowing that the NIH budget is getting squeezed and the indirect costs likewise, how will the NIH successfully do more with less? How we build those new scientists to find these cures and to compete with geopolitical rivals?
Well, for one thing, Senator Cassidy, you're talking about neurodegenerative disease now.
For example, ALS or Alzheimer's.
ALS, right? The Chinese are not spending a lot of money on DEI, and and we are cutting those studies. We're cutting studies on gain of function studies, and we're cutting grants to foreign scientists from adversarial countries, and particularly the Chinese, which have the 1,000 Talents program, which is openly trying to exploit U.S. research and take our IP. We spend more than any country in the world on biomedical research. NIH controls about 70% of the global funding for biomedical research. The cuts we have made to date are administrative cuts. As far as I know, we have not fired any working scientists. Of the working scientists, the people who are actually doing scientists, there are some people who are scientists that were doing IT or administration, but in terms of who did lose their jobs. In terms of working scientists, our policy was to make sure none of them were lost and that research continues.
Thank you. Let me ask you, the budget proposes to eliminate several large block grants for hospital and health department emergency preparedness and other core public health capabilities, explaining that states are better equipped to fund these activities. Now, I agree that frontline public health happens at the local level, but what works well in, say, Louisiana may not work well in a state like New York. But rural, under-resourced states especially rely upon federal funding to support public health. How do you propose we balance competing interests, returning power to states, because there is a difference in how different states do it, but replace the funding necessary to combat these public health problems?
Well, I think it's a balance, Mr. Chairman. And we have a legal obligation, CDC has a legal obligation to do national pandemic response, and we will meet that obligation. And in fact, we are going to improve it, and particularly if we can get support from this body to reappropriate the PAPA, which is critical for our pandemic response. But there are some functions that are local in nature, and in those cases, we will be supporting local infrastructure to respond. They know better than we know, and we saw this during some of the hurricane response with, Governor DeSantis' response, which was really Florida localized.
85 million Americans who are uninsured or underinsured. We spend more per capita, as you've indicated, than any other country. Is healthcare a human right? Are we making America healthy when so many people cannot afford to go to a doctor, when 68,000 people a year die because they don't get to a doctor when they should? Is healthcare a human right? Will you work with us to guarantee healthcare to every man, woman, and child in America?
Well, I think you're asking two different questions. You're asking a philosophical question about whether it is a human right, like a constitutional right. As an attorney, I would say that it's not a right of a kind that we otherwise enshrine in the Constitution, because healthcare costs your neighbor money. If I smoke cigarettes for 20 years, I make that choice, which is my choice.
I don't mean to, I don't have a lot of time, so but I am here.
If if you're asking me a philosophical question, I gotta, give you a thoughtful answer.
Within 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
So, it's not like freedom of speech, which costs, everybody.
But every other country, Mr. Secretary, every other country guarantees health care to all people as a right. Should we, as Americans?
The objective is to get Americans the level of health care that they want, the choice which Americans want. Americans
they don't want the choice to be uninsured.
Well, but
they don't want the choice to die because they don't get to a doctor on time.
Americans prefer private insurance to other insurance sources.
Do you believe? Okay.
And what I would say is, I want to find a solution to this. I want every American to have insurance. President Trump wants every American to be insured and have access to health care. The question is, how do we get there? Obamacare is not working. It is not working. And this is the...
Sorry to interrupt you. All right. The reconciliation...
My job is to try to make it work.
All right. I have limited time. The reconciliation bill that is now being worked on in the House will come to the Senate. As it stands right now, cuts Medicaid in the Affordable Care Act by more than $715 billion, which the CBO has estimated would eliminate health insurance for 13.7 million Americans, and also raise co-payments for millions of others, is throwing 13 million Americans off of the health care they have, poor and working class people, keeping America healthy.
Well, I haven't seen that number. I've seen the number 8 million. And here the people, the cuts are not true cuts. The cuts are elimination of waste, abuse, and fraud. And I can go through. I can go through the people who will lose it. There are a million people,
I really don't mean to be rude, but as you know, I have a very limited amount of time.
You asked a question, I'm going to answer it.
Well, yeah, I've got a bunch of questions that I would like you to answer as well. All right, we talk about austerity, doing more with less, but in that very same bill that is being worked on in the House right now, there are $235 billion in tax breaks for the top 0.2%. Do you think that makes sense when that same bill would throw 13 million people off of Medicaid? Should we give tax breaks to billionaires and throw kids and others off of Medicaid?
You're conflating the congressional bills with the proposals from the president. The president
No, I'm talking about the congressional bill. I'm talking about the bill, the reconciliation bill.
I mean, the president is not trying to do tax cuts for billionaires. He's trying to have no tax on tips and no tax for
$235 billion
how many people, how many billionaires do you know that are making overtime or making any part of the
$235 billion. Look, it's a big bill. There are a lot of provisions in it. But you cannot deny the top 0.2% will get $235 billion in tax breaks while we cut Medicaid.
Okay. Senator Paul.
Thank you. I want to commend Secretary Kennedy and the administration for putting forward less spending. And one of the reasons I think we need to look at NIH and other grant-making organizations is if you keep giving them the same amount, you'll keep getting the same frivolous grants. And I'll recite a couple of them so people can remember. $660,000 was given to study the impact of microaggressions on obesity-related eating in Latinx Americans. You know, really, maybe heart disease, diabetes, obesity, but eating disorders in Latinx Americans. Here's another one, $419,000 to study if lonely rats seek cocaine more than happy rats. Maybe we could eliminate that, and that could go to a real disease. Most recently, NIH recorded a $620,000 grant for LGBTQ plus inclusive teen pregnancy prevention program for transgender boys. And what they discovered was that girls who think they are boys are at least as likely to get pregnant as girls who think they are girls. Amazing, the science. But we should all agree that that's just left-wing ideology. That's not science. We should study obesity and cancer and diabetes. I commend you for shifting the balance. I have a specific question about closing down Fort Detrick recently. My understanding is that a contractor intentionally slashed the hazmat suit or the biosafety suit of someone who's handling Ebola. You were immediately attacked in the press by saying, oh, he's just anti-science, once and then shutting down science. Was this a serious breach, and is it being investigated?
We brought in the FBI to investigate it. As you say, it appears like it was a deliberate criminal act to try to, that was a kind that is equivalent to attempted murder, because the kind of microbe, the pathogens that they were handling have a very, very high case fatality rate, up to 50%. The disturbing thing about it is that there are 3 leaks a week globally from BSL-4 labs. And any of those could be cataclysmic for humanity. And as a result, we not only closed Fort Detrick, and we brought the FBI in to investigate that, we also declared the end of gain-of-function studies that will allow those kind of leaks to continue.
I commend you for that. I think ultimately legislation will be needed because the next administration could reverse it. I think there is bipartisan support for some controls on gain of function. As you shut down gain of function, though, you have to decide what it is, and then you have to look for it. So I would suggest that at both Fort Detrick and at the NBAC lab that's nearby, run by the DHS, that we look at experiments involving Ebola, avian flu, Marburg virus, to determine, one, whether they gain of function, but also just determine whether the experiments are wise. I am told in public records that they are doing experiments or have done experiments to aerosolize Ebola at the NBAC lab. That's the DHS lab nearby to Fort Detrick. My hope is that when you investigate whether to do gain of function or what is gain of function, what is being done, that you'll compile that and at least give us a report in Congress, and we're going to ask for it. But so there can be public scrutiny of these things. You will help to scrutinize it, but the whole public needs to know how dangerous some of these things are and whether we should be doing them. The idea of aerosolizing Ebola, I think, is, or training Ebola to be aerosolized is incredibly dangerous, probably goes against the Biological Weapons Convention. And I'd like to hear a little bit about whether or not, as you investigate this, you plan on bringing information back to Congress or to the public.
Yeah, we're going to be absolutely transparent. I have a trip planned to Fort Detrick with Kristi Noem, who's the director of DHS, and with Jay Bhattacharya and other people in my agency who are experts on bioweapons, who are experts on gain-of-function research, and we are going to be absolutely transparent. We've also proposed a methodology for regulating and for determining what is dangerous gain of function and what is legitimate scientific investigation, and how to bring the public into that debate, which I think, as you point out, is absolutely critical. That is where we messed up last time. And as you know, we have some of the Democrats here who are, talking about the great science from NIH, but now we have the major agencies, intelligence agencies, the CIA, the FBI, the DOE, and the State Department have all agreed that NIH research almost certainly led to the pandemic, the COVID pandemic. So that's not the kind of the result that we should be allowing or enabling, and we're going to end that now.
if possible, the trip to Fort Detrick and to NBAC, we'd like to be included or invited on that trip if possible.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, one of my constituents, her name's Natalie Phelps. She's the mom of 2 from Bainbridge Island in Washington State. She has been fighting aggressive stage 4 colorectal cancer for nearly 5 years now. Her best hope now is a clinical trial she's participating in at the NIH Clinical Center. She flew out to NIH a few weeks ago for her first appointment, and her care team there wanted her to come back in 4 weeks to start treatment. But because of the thoughtless mass firing of thousands of critical employees across NIH and HHS that you carried out, Natalie's doctors at that clinical center have told her they have no choice but to delay her treatment by an additional 4 weeks. Now, an extra 4 weeks may not sound like a long time, but I will tell you, for stage 4 cancer patients like Natalie, this could mean the difference between life and death. Secretary Kennedy, how many staff have been cut from the NIH's clinical center? I want a specific number.
Yeah, I can't tell you that now, Senator Murray. What I can tell you is that if you contact my office tomorrow, I'll look specifically into that.
Well, that is not acceptable. I want an answer back by that. She deserves it. I do it. She doesn't have much time. She deserves an answer back.
And wouldn't you rather get her into that clinical trial as fast as you can?
Absolutely.
All right, so if you contact my office tomorrow, this is if that happened.
You are here to defend your budget. I'm here to ask you questions about the impact of that.
Well, you asked me about a specific case that I want to help with. I don't think anybody,
but there are.
I don't think that should happen to anybody.
Okay, well, what have you, and I mean you personally, done to assess how those staff cuts are impacting patient care? She is one of many. What have you done to assess that?
I provided the guidelines that said that no clinical trials should be affected by the cuts. I have, Matt Mamoli.
Mr. Secretary, I just have a short amount of time. They are impacting clinical trials.
You asked me a question. Do you want me to answer it?
I want to tell you, you need to know this. You're here to defend the NIH budget, which
Senator, do you want me to answer your question?
Well, I want
to. You want me to answer your question,
Senator? Tell you that Natalie is sitting there waiting for treatment.
And I'm offering to help her, but you don't care. You don't care about Natalie.
I reclaim my time.
I've offered to help Natalie.
I am asking you a question, and it is critical. You are here to defend cutting NIH by half. Do you genuinely believe that that won't result in more stories like Natalie's?
I think the cuts that are now proposed by NIH are going to hurt. I think that President Trump, listen, there's no agency head in the government like myself that wants to see their budget cut. And
I asked you, have you personally assessed what this is doing to patients? And I am telling you one story of one person, it is impacting life or death situation. I think it's.
You want me to answer your question, Senator?
Well, you did.
Oh, I have not. You have not allowed me to answer it.
Well, I will just say that it is my job to be a voice for people like Natalie and countless other patients who are like her. So you've got to fix this. I want to know, and I want a personal update on Natalie's case, and you offered that. Please give that to me in the next 24 hours, and I expect details and transparency about the state of NIH clinical care.
You contact my office, Senator, and I will do everything in my power to try to get Natalie into that.
I got 1 minute left, and I want to ask you about the NIOSH cuts. I am really alarmed by your decision to essentially eliminate the National Institutes for Occupational Safety and Health. You've already fired nearly 90% of the staff. That includes the staff in my state at the Spokane Research Lab. Those are experts. They do essential work to protect miners and firefighters and farm workers, people who work in dangerous conditions. I am told that after a backlash, you are reinstating some of those, mainly in the West Virginia office. But nobody in the Western United States, and there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to how you've made these decisions, and how do you explain this to my constituents in Spokane who are out of a job and the workers that are being impacted by that?
The work in NIOSH will not be interrupted. I've brought back 328 workers, mainly in the Cleveland office and the Morgantown office and for the World Trade Center site. And that work will continue. The work on mine safety will continue. The epicenter of that work has been Cleveland and it's been Morgantown. We understand it's a critically important function, and I did not want to see it end.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say you can't fire 90% of the people and assume the work gets done.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, nearly 7 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's disease, and caring for people with this devastating chronic disease costs us some $360 billion a year. I am the author of a law that's known as the BOLD Act. It takes a public health approach to Alzheimer's. It educates providers, promotes earlier diagnosis, it helps caregivers, and it also promotes lifestyle changes. I have worked very hard to make sure that HHS has the resources to carry out this law, which was just recently extended. I'm concerned that the reductions in force of approximately 10,000 staff across HHS will completely undermine this act. And this act, in many ways, is very consistent with your approach of looking at public health issues for chronic diseases. For example, the Healthy Aging Branch administers the BOLD Act for Alzheimer's. It has lost all of its staff. So how can you ensure that the CDC continues to implement the BOLD Act and the Alzheimer's programs under it when all of the staff responsible for that administration have either been placed on administrative leave or let go?
I don't know enough about that program, but I know that under that division has been folded into the Agency for Healthy America. And a lot of the reports that whole divisions have been liquidated were just wrong. They were divisions that were being reassigned under the reorg. Now, I'm under a constraint here because at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, we were told that a federal judge granted a TRO in our case on the reorg. And my attorneys have asked me not to talk about any details of the reorg today. But on that budget line, I will work with you. I'm committed. Alzheimer's is run in my family. As you know my cousin Maria Shriver, who's deeply involved in it. The NIH had a very, very checkered history on studying Alzheimer's because of the amyloid plaque scandal. And we have an opportunity now to do really good science and find a cure very quickly, and also find out, equally importantly, why so many people are getting Alzheimer's in this generation. I want to make that happen. I want to work with you, Senator, to make sure that that happens and that those programs continue.
Thank you. I chaired recently the first Appropriations Committee hearing of the year, and we focused on biomedical research and how important it is that America not lose its global edge in innovation that's producing life-saving and life-enhancing discoveries. As among the many issues that we covered, as you might expect, the hearing explored the 15% arbitrary one-size-fits-all percent cap that NIH has imposed on indirect but still research-related costs for its grants. What we heard is that this cap will mean less basic research, fewer clinical trials, and that it will also cause our scientists and researchers to leave the United States and go to other countries. I believe strongly that this proposed cap is poorly thought out, that it's harmful, and I know that it violates current law because since 2018, we've included in the appropriations bill specific language that prevents NIH from imposing such a cap. So I know the system needs to be looked at, but are you reviewing how NIH's approach of this one-size-fits-all 15% cap on indirect costs would affect laboratories, whether they're private, nonprofit labs, or whether they're in universities, as far as doing crucial biomedical research?
Yeah, Senator, we are, and you and I have talked about this issue. And I think the impetus for the cap was that there were a lot of private universities with giant endowments like Stanford and Harvard that were getting indirect payments of 78%. What that means, if you get $1 million grant, NIH then has to pay you an extra $780,000 for administrative costs, and a lot of those costs weren't even going to anything to do with science. They were going to, the university budget. And in order to curb that abuse, we adopted a 15%, which is the industry standard. That's what the Gates Foundation or any other foundation would pay. But I understand the University of Maine, University of Alabama, many other universities, state universities, were not abusing it. We lost about $9 billion a year in those kind of costs. And so we have a plan for how to address issues like what's happening at the University of Maine. I'm being gavelled out, so I will talk to you privately about that.
Thank you.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kennedy, you run a department that touches the lives of almost every American. Yet for this budget hearing, these are the 6 pages that we have gotten in terms of your budget request. We are also 7.5 months into this fiscal year, and yet you are not telling the American public anything about how you are spending the billions in taxpayer dollars right now. You had to submit an operating plan to the Congress, and this is just a sample page, but 530 programs simply have asterisks. Secretary Kennedy, this isn't about your hiding information from me. This is about your hiding information from the American public. And if you're going to cut cancer research or gut mental health support, at least stand by your work and explain it to the American people. Now, Secretary Kennedy, I want to start with what I hope is an easy question for you. Do you think lead poisoning in children is a significant concern?
Is lead poisoning?
In children, a significant concern?
It's a extremely significant concern.
Thank you. Then I would like to know why your department has effectively shut down the very program to address lead poisoning in children. The city of Milwaukee requested assistance from the CDC to help the city respond to lead poisoning cases tied to public schools. 6 schools have been closed, displacing more than 1,800 school children. The request for federal assistance was denied because of lack of staff. The entire childhood lead poisoning branch has been fired. In the words of a Milwaukee mom, it really sends a message of, you don't matter. I don't know what you would say to parents who must now test their children for lead and deal with school closures. But do you intend to eliminate this branch at CDC, yes or no?
No, we do not.
Okay. Because you cannot tell us that you want to make America healthy again when you are willfully destroying programs that keep children safe and healthy from lead poisoning. Congress dedicated $51 million in funding for this particular program. But when a community asks for help to prevent lifelong complications for children, and there is no one there to pick up the phone, and it's not because this program is ineffective, it's because you fired the entire team whose job it is to support communities like Milwaukee.
If that money has been appropriated, we will spend that money. If it's been appropriated to Milwaukee, we will spend it in Milwaukee. I've spent a lot of time in Milwaukee
It's to
working on
provide
that issue.
expert, and the entire staff has been fired. Secretary Kennedy, I did note in your opening testimony, although we wouldn't know it from the skinny budget that we have, that you plan on funding the Head Start program. But I want to tell you about the ramifications of what has happened to date with regard to Head Start. I've heard from families across the state, people who are terrified about the uncertainty and instability surrounding Head Start. Just 1 week into President Trump's administration, Head Start programs in Wisconsin suddenly couldn't access their grant funding. It forced one Head Start in Waukesha, Wisconsin, to temporarily close, leaving 250 families without care. Over the last 4 months, HHS has provided roughly $1 billion less to Head Start programs across the country than during the same period last year. The delays in funding have exacerbated uncertainty for programs needing to make payroll. And in some instances, like the one I cited in Waukesha, programs have had to shut their doors until the payments came through. Now, I don't know what you would say to a parent who is unable to drop their child off at preschool because you failed to get already appropriated money out the door. Or maybe I should ask you, what would you say to a parent who shows up for child care or for Head Start and the doors are closed?
I would be very sad if somebody shut up. I fought very, very hard to make sure that there would be
What
no
is
cuts.
causing the delays in Head Start funding?
I fought
That's my
very,
question.
I fought very hard to make sure that Head Start gets all of its funding next year.
Well, we need it this year, and why are there delays now?
I don't know that there are, Senator, and I will look into it, but I don't know, there should not be any delays. The funding is there, we are spending it, it's allocated. I don't know why there would be those kind of problems. I can tell you that within the agency, there were, there were people who wanted to make the Trump administration look bad, and that there were checks held up that shouldn't have been. I will have to look into that, Senator.
Senator Murkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome. Good to see you. I want to talk a little bit about the HHS reorganization on some of the programs that impact Alaska's most vulnerable populations. I sent you a note letting you know that just after this hearing, I'm going to be chairing a Senate Committee on Indian Affairs, specifically examining HHS tribal programs that are outside of IHS. I really thank you for your early efforts to exempt IHS healthcare providers from the RIFs. That was very important. But I've also heard concerns from tribal leaders on the impacts of RIFs to key HHS programs serving their community. So I know you're going to have some of your folks tuning in on that, and I really appreciate that. But some of the other reductions that we're looking at within your budget do have significant consequences to a state like mine. One is the LIHEAP program, the Low Income Energy Assistance. For us, it's not a budget line item. You've been to Alaska, you know that the temperatures there can get really, really tough. Keeps people from freezing to death in their homes. Another program is NIOSH, and I know that HHS had rescinded a number of those employees. That was great news. But the employees that received RIF notices for the program were not rescinded in the NIOSH Center for Marine Safety and Health Studies. So this is a big deal for our commercial fishing safety. It could effectively leave our fishing fleet out of compliance with Coast Guard safety regs. So we're watching that very, very carefully. And then again, shared focus here on making sure that our children are as healthy as they possibly can be. So I want to look to ways that we can strengthen and not eliminate the Head Start program. But I wanted to ask you.
You're talking about the NIOSH program.
NIOSH, yeah.
You should talk to me about that.
Okay.
And, as you know, that's something that I'm deeply
You're very
concerned with
familiar with.
the commercial fishery. So we should talk about it and let's, and let's work for a solution.
Got it. I am with you right there. Let me ask about domestic violence and sexual assault funding. Right now, I'm receiving a lot of incoming from our community-based domestic and sexual violence program operators. They're really concerned about the delayed release of FY25 funding, the absence of notices of funding opportunities, as well as proposed cuts or consolidations that might threaten the Office of Family Violence Prevention and CDC's Division of Violence Prevention. So you've got some programs there that are really foundational to domestic and sexual violence. They've been reauthorized with bipartisan support. So I'm going to enter into the record a letter from the National Task Force, and it basically was sent to you, I guess, yesterday, just urging the communication of concrete plans for releasing some of these funds. So I want to raise that to your level, but I want to make sure that we're sending the right signal to so many who are just really on the edge with, again, these community-based services that are helping the most vulnerable of the most vulnerable. So we've got the funding that's out there. It's just delayed. We need help releasing that.
Yeah, my understanding is that the domestic violence funding was not cut. So I don't know. I mean, I have to go back and check, but I specifically asked about that program last night, was told that there was no cuts, that President Trump is committed to it, and so I don't know why people would be experiencing even delays.
And it may be that it is with the RIFs, you don't have people that are processing these things. So again, I want to get this to the top of your screen. Last question for you. I mentioned LIHEAP. The budget proposal, the skinny budget proposes to eliminate LIHEAP, and the proposal says that it's unnecessary because states have policies preventing utility disconnection for low-income households, effectively making LIHEAP a pass-through benefiting utilities in the Northeast. Further, LIHEAP rewards states like New York and California, two of the top recipients for LIHEAP funding, which have implemented anti-consumer policies. I'm just telling you, we're not in the Northeast. We're not in that bucket. We're cold. There are other places that are hot. LIHEAP is a lifesaver. I did see your statement from yesterday saying that OMB was thinking that President Trump's energy policy is going to reduce costs dramatically. It may be a while. Right now, folks in Alaska still need those ugly diesel generators to keep warm. So I
know. I was on Navajo. First of all, I've heard that my whole life because my family was involved in providing low-cost energy to poor in New England, and there are people in New England who suffer from if energy prices are high and you have a cold winter. I was on the Navajo reservation a couple of weeks ago, and Navajo President Boone Nygren said to me, if we cut LIHEAP, people will die on this reservation. I know the same is true in Alaska. The presumption behind the budget cuts were that the energy prices were going to drop dramatically, in which case these payments would just become a subsidy to the oil industry. If that doesn't happen, I would expect Congress would then still appropriate the money, and I will spend it. I've already spent $400 million between January and now on this program, and we've made sure to get it out to all the families that needed it. So
I think you're going to find a lot of support on this committee for that. Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Secretary Kennedy, I want to talk to you about your relationship with this committee and this Congress. I want to talk to you about the statements that you made to the chairman of this committee and to members of this committee during your confirmation hearing about vaccines. You didn't tell the truth. I find that to be really dangerous for our relationship. If I were the chairman who believes in vaccines and voted for you because he believed what you said about supporting vaccines, my head would be exploding. In the hearing, you told us, quote, "I will not work to impound, divert, or otherwise reduce any funding appropriated by Congress for the purpose of vaccination programs." That's not the truth. You've done exactly. Let me finish my question.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said. I'm just asking you to repeat it so I can understand your question.
During the hearing, I'll repeat it. During the hearing, you said to this committee and to the Finance Committee, "I will not work to impound, divert, or otherwise reduce funding appropriated by Congress for the purpose of vaccination programs." That is not what happened. You've done the opposite. You canceled $12 billion in grants to the states, including my state, that are used to administer and track vaccines. You promised Chairman Cassidy.
When did I do that?
Madam Chair, would you allow me to finish my question?
Keep going with your question.
When did I do that?
Let me finish my question.
Accusation. Just tell me when I did it so I can understand what the question is.
You have canceled $12 billion in public health grants to states, whether you know this or not. That funding is used by the states in part to be able to administer and dispense information about vaccines. Mr. Secretary, let me give you the full panoply of
accusations,
the things you said before this committee that didn't turn out to be true. You also promised Chairman Cassidy that the FDA would not change vaccine standards from, quote, historical norms. But what happened as soon as you were sworn in? You announced new standards for vaccine approvals that you proudly referred to in your own press release as a radical departure from current practice. And experts say that that departure will delay approvals. You also said, specific to the measles vaccine, that you support the measles vaccine. But you have consistently been undermining the measles vaccine. You told the public that the vaccine wanes very quickly. You went on the Dr. Phil show and said that the measles vaccine was never fully tested for safety. You said there's fetal debris in the measles vaccine. And this morning—
All true.
This morning in front of—
Do you want me to lie to the public?
That's not— none of that is—
Of course it's true. Of course it's true, Senator. Senator, begging your progress, you do not know what you're talking about.
For the record—
Let's have a little bit of order so that you can get
Madam
your
Chair,
question and we can get
I didn't ask for a response yet.
I understand
I'd like to
that.
lay out the predicate of my question before I'm interrupted by the witness. He should
Go
have some
ahead.
respect for this committee.
Go ahead.
Just this morning in front of the House of Representatives, you also said that you, in fact, would not recommend that kids get vaccinated for measles. You said you would just lay out the pros and cons. Okay, so this is the summation of everything that you have said to compromise people's faith in the measles vaccine in particular is contrary to what you said before this committee. You said you support the measles vaccine, but then you have laid out a set of facts that are contested, and I will submit information for the record from experts who contest what you've said about the vaccine, and the result is to undermine faith in the vaccine. It's kind of like saying, listen, I think you should swim in that lake, but, you know, the lake is probably toxic, and there's probably a ton of snakes and alligators in that lake, but I think you should swim in it. Nobody's going to swim in that lake if that's what you say. And so I want you to acknowledge that when you say you support the measles vaccine and then go out and repeatedly undermine the vaccine with information that is contested by public health experts, that is not supporting the vaccine. And so I guess I have two simple questions for you. One is, can you clarify what you said in the House this morning? Are you or are you not recommending that families get their children vaccinated, or are you just giving people the pros and cons? And do you understand that when you say these things about the measles vaccine, what ends up happening is less people get the vaccine? That may be what you want, but do you understand that the result of constantly questioning the efficacy or safety of the vaccine results in less people getting the vaccine? So I don't necessarily want to spend the remaining 20 seconds in an argument over the science, but do you at least understand that that's the consequence of what you're saying? And are you actually still recommending people get the vaccine, or are you not?
Senator, if I advised you to swim in a lake that I knew there to be alligators in, wouldn't you want me to tell you there were alligators in it?
So are you recommending the measles vaccine or not?
What I've said and what I said in.
It doesn't sound like you are, if that's.
Are you going to let me answer? Or are you going to keep interrupting?
Are you or are you not?
Are you going to let me answer? What I pledged before this committee during my confirmation is that I would tell the truth, that I would have radical transparency. I'm going to tell the truth about everything we know and we don't know about vaccines.
Are you recommending the measles vaccine or not?
I am not going to just tell people everything is safe and effective if I know that there's issues. I need to respect people's intelligence.
I think you're answering the question. I think you're
And the
answering the question.
reason
That's
that
really
people-
dangerous for the American public and for families.
The reason people have lost faith in this program is because they've been lied to by public officials for
Secretary of
year
Health and
after
Human
year
Services
after
no
year.
longer recommending the measles vaccine.
Senator Marshall.
All right.
And by the way, I said at the hearing this morning that I was recommending the measles vaccine. Go look at the transcript.
Senator Marshall.
Madam Chairman, thank you so much for being here, Mr. Secretary. We're glad you're here. Let's stay on the measles vaccine just for a second. Let me catch my breath after that, all that. I'm an obstetrician. If a 25-year-old pregnant woman asked me if she should take the measles vaccine, the MMR, I would give her the answer, no, you shouldn't. But if she was 25 and trying to get pregnant, I would give her different advice. I've always valued the sanctity of the physician-patient relationship. I went to medical school for 4 years. I did 4 years of residency. I delivered thousands of babies. It's my job to give that recommendation. What's the role of the Secretary of HHS as far as recommendations of vaccine, and just discuss it a little bit further?
Well, the vaccine recommendations, Senator, are normally made through ACIP, which is the Advisory Committee of Immunization Practices, which is an outside consulting committee at the CDC. There's another committee called FERPAC, which is within FDA, that actually recommends whether the vaccines get licensed or not. And so that's where the recommendations come from. And you know what? Traditionally, they have not done evidence-based medicine. They only adopted evidence-based medicine about 12 years ago. And what we've said during our administration is we want to have safety studies prior to the licensure and recommendation of vaccines. Vaccines are the only medical product that is exempt from pre-licensing safety testing. So the only vaccine that has been tested in a full-blown placebo trial against an inert placebo was the COVID vaccine. The other 76 shots that children in this country receive between birth and 18 years old, none of them have been safety tested in pre-licensing studies against a placebo, which means we don't understand the risk profile for those products, and that's something that I intend to remedy.
Okay. You said earlier you couldn't talk about the reorganization, and maybe you cannot answer this question, but maybe you can at least confirm these facts for me or not. Isn't it true that under Joe Biden's White House, they added 20,000 employees to HHS? When you were nominated, there was 28 divisions with HHS, 100 communication offices, 40 IT departments, 9 HR units as well. Can you answer that question?
Yes, that's right. There are dozens of IT departments. There's 8 senior finance officials. There are 9 separate offices on women's health, 8 separate offices for minority health, 27 separate offices for HIV, 59 behavioral health programs, 40 opioid programs. What we're trying to do is consolidate, streamline, eliminate the redundancies, eliminate all those administrative costs for each one of those little departments, consolidate them, and make them make sense and make them accountable to the American people.
And I suppose all those IT systems communicate with each other. You all are on one IT
There's
system.
40, as you pointed out, there's 40 procurement departments with 4 separate computer systems that don't talk to each other. So, and as you pointed out, my department grew by 38% over the last 4 years. I would say that's great if Americans got healthier, but they didn't. They got worse. So what we're trying to do is go back to the, pre-COVID levels and to start making the department function as it would if in a rational universe. And to bring in, modern AI and telemedicine and all the opportunities we have now, these new efficiencies and for medical delivery to the American people and for patient care. And we're not able to take advantage of any of them because there's so much chaos and disorganization in this department, and everybody who's gone up against it in the past has thrown their hands up and given up. Yeah. What we're saying is let's organize it in a way that it can quickly adopt and deploy all these opportunities we have to really deliver high-quality health care to the American people.
If I could, this was going to be a question, I'm just going to make a statement. All the research that we do on MAHA, on soil health, on nutrition, in my heart, that's research on cancer. It's research on Alzheimer's. At the end of the day as well, and we should be spending as much money at the front side of this as we are trying to cure the end of it. We're seeing epidemics of colorectal cancer, young age Alzheimer's, all these things, and I think the research at the front end is every bit as important at the hind end.
Senator Murphy made a good point. The NIH has made all these extraordinary breakthroughs, and particularly in treating cancer and, reducing mortalities for colorectal cancer. But my question is, isn't it as important to find out why kids are getting colorectal cancer? When you and I were kids, there were 0 kids with colorectal cancer. It's epidemic now. So it's not really a badge for us when we say, oh, we can make it less lethal. Why don't we go figure out what's causing it and eliminate that exposure? With all of these, with Alzheimer's, with heart disease, there's something is making Americans very, very sick. And our response should not be just, okay, we'll develop a pharmaceutical fix for it or a medical fix. Let's figure out what it is and get rid of it so we can have healthy kids again.
Thank you. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I want to ask you some questions about staff reduction and kind of the timing of it. You were confirmed by the Senate on February 13th, so I'm sort of assuming that things happened before you were confirmed were other people's work. On January 28th, the fork in the road letter came out to people across the federal employment space, widely attributed to OPM and Elon Musk and Doge. But that was before you were confirmed, so you had nothing to do with the fork in the road letter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were confirmed on February 13. On February 14, one day later, HHS announced that 3,500 probationary employees were going to be laid off. I know you're a hard worker, but am I right to assume that in the one day between your confirmation and the next day, you weren't the primary decision maker about laying off probationary employees at HHS?
I was aware of it, and I could have blocked it.
Yeah, you were aware of it, so you weren't the primary decision maker. Was that a decision that was made like OPM or Doge? And because it wasn't just HHS, it was all federal agencies who would lay off probationers. Do you know where that
I had my full upper staff in place before I got there.
Right, but did they make the decision, or was it White House and Doge to lay off probationary employees?
They made the decision. My staff made the decision, although Doge came in and Doge gave us information that we wouldn't otherwise have had access to.
Okay. Next, we go to April 1st.
I can also say this.
No, all I asked was if you made it, and you answered the question, and I appreciate it. April 1, HHS RIFs 10,000 employees effective June 2. Now, by this point, you had been secretary for about 6 weeks. A few days after that announcement, HHS staff briefed our staff, the Senate help staff, and basically, just here's some highlights. In that 10,000 RIFs, 467 staff at the Administration for Children and Families, 2,473 at the Centers for Disease Control, 322 at CMS, 400 at HRSA, 1,312 at National Institutes of Health, 197 at SAMHSA, 2,519 at Food and Drug Administration. By now, you've been secretary for 6 weeks, so this was RIFs, not the forks, but you were involved in the decision about these 10,000 RIFs, correct?
Yes.
And in tandem with your leadership team, correct?
Yes. Yes. And as I said before, I pushed back on certain ones and canceled certain ones.
Yeah. I think yesterday, it may have been earlier today, you confirmed that 20,000 employees have been let go at HHS, 10,000 Rift and 10,000 Forked. Do you know how many of the 20,000 were veterans?
No, I do not.
That is a fact that's very easy to determine from someone's personnel file. So I'm going to ask that question for the record. We are finding across the government that veterans are disproportionately being let go, A, because they're a higher percentage of the federal workforce, and B, they're a dramatically higher percentage of probationary employees because they leave military service after 10 or 25 years, and then they're probationary new employees when they join the civilian service. So I want to find the answer to that question. Where does the rubber meet the road on 20,000 rifts and layoffs and forks? In people not getting cancer trials, and I appreciate your willingness to help Senator Murray's constituent, in state grants being canceled, in Virginia losing $425 million in funding to the Virginia Department of Health. But here's a small example. All of our offices do casework. All of them do casework. And we get requests from constituents all the time. CMS is the largest agency in the federal government. Its budget is nearly twice the size of the Pentagon. And people who depend on Medicaid, Medicare, and the SCHIP program really depend on it. And it's the most consistent in the top 3 or 4 in terms of constituent requests to my office. Answer this question about Medicare or Medicaid or the SCHIP program. In every administration I've served with, Obama, Trump 1, Biden, I get answers to questions on behalf of constituents. I may not get them as fast as I like, and sometimes I like the answer and sometimes I don't. But let me show you what CMS is now doing to answer constituent questions. I've omitted the name of the constituent, and I've omitted the name of my staffer. This was very recent. A hardworking retiree, patriotic tax-paying American who's on Medicare wrote to ask CMS a very simple question about Medicare. Couldn't get an answer. Asked us to reach out. We reached out to the Medicare Part C and D Congressional Liaison Office. And here was their answer to our basic question. Unfortunately, there is not an update to provide. With the recent change of administration, we are unable to provide any information related on matters related to Mr. X's request, Congressional Casework Team. I mean, if you're just an everyday, hardworking American retiree on Medicare, and you have a basic question about it, you ought to be able to get an answer. And I'm just going to say, I've shared this with my colleagues, and many of us are having the same experience where our constituents can't get a basic question answered. I wonder if 20,000 fewer employees is connected to this. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Senator Husted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kennedy, thank you for being with us today. Appreciate the work that you have done in trying to raise awareness about making America healthy again, particularly as it relates to our dietary consumption, how food can be medicine, food can make us sick. You have raised a great deal of awareness, and when we talk about public education campaigns, I think you've done more to shine the light on things that average Americans can do to make themselves healthier than almost any secretary I can recall. So thank you for that service. I also have listened to a lot of the conversation today where somehow we think that spending more is somehow compassionate on every single thing. Like you have to spend more to do it, even though every single person in this Congress knows that they are spending borrowed money that our children will have to repay. $106,000, their share of the national debt when you're a child born into this nation right now. And everything that you can do to create savings and improve the quality of services that American taxpayers get from your agency, I commend you on it. I encourage you to do so. I want to give you the opportunity to share a couple points that you might want to share about how some of the work that you're doing in this budget is going to help people become healthier, generate some better outcomes for them, and savings that you think can be created that would not harm somebody's health, but actually preserve the fiscal future of this nation so that those children can grow up and have access to the American dream that we all had access to when we were born in this nation. So just share your thoughts.
And I appreciate you raising that about the debt issue, because the point I was making earlier was that, there's no agency head that wants to reduce the size of their agency. I'd rather have as much money and power as I can possibly have. I recognize that President Trump and the OMB director have a larger duty and a larger vision, which is we're spending $2 trillion a year that we don't have, and we're building our children. And that is a moral deficiency. Senator Sanders asked me about the morality of universal health. And there's a good moral argument for that, but there's also a moral argument. And when, we're spending $1 trillion a year just to service that debt, within 5 years, half of every dollar collected in taxes is going to go to servicing the debt. And within 10 years, it could be 100%. And then our kids are doomed. And that is the debt is a social determinant of health. We are trying to reverse that, and we're doing it in a way that's not just throwing more money at the problem. We're revising the GRAS standards. 20 years the Democrats have said, we need to revise the GRAS standards. I've done it in 100 days. We're getting rid of 9 petroleum-based synthetic dyes in our food. 20 years the Democrats have been saying we want to do this, and I've done that in 100 days. We're rewriting the dietary guidelines that President Biden gave us, 453 pages long, and it's just an industry-generated document, the same industry impulse that put Fruit Loops at the top of the food pyramid. We are creating a 4-page document that can be locally sourced so that will drive the school lunch program. We've called on and inspired governors and legislatures across the country to ask for exemptions to the SNAP program to get soda and candy off of SNAP. Is that a time?
No, you're good. Thank you for the work on SNAP, by the way, because getting unhealthy foods out of that program, if you're at the bottom quartile of income, you're almost twice as likely to be obese as you're at the top quartile.
And diabetic.
And it's costing people their productivity, their quality of life. It's costing the American taxpayer more money through Medicare, Medicaid, and other health services that we provide. And I just would say, we talked about kids. I want to give you a moment to just share a thought. In 2022, we had a shortage of infant formula. There's a look at children now about what they should have in that infant formula. You're doing that with the
Operation Store.
Yeah, exactly. Tell us a little bit about that, and just if you have a moment. Well, I'll just say, Mr. Chairman, thank you for doing that. How about that? There we go.
But the Secretary made the statement that no vaccines except for COVID have been evaluated against placebo. For the record, that's not true. The rotavirus, measles, and HPV vaccines have been, and some vaccines are tested against previous versions. So just for the record, to set that straight. Next, Senator Hessen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Secretary Kennedy, thank you for being here. I'd like to start by talking about the current measles outbreak, which I know is a concern for all of us here today. 2 children in Texas have tragically died from measles this year, the first children to die from measles in our country in more than 20 years. Measles is almost completely preventable with the measles vaccine. As you know, it's critical that families hear directly and clearly from healthcare leaders about how they can best protect their children. So, Mr. Secretary, I'd like to give you an opportunity to say clearly here today to any parents who are watching that the best way to protect their children from measles is to vaccinate them.
Yeah, I've said that the best way to stop the spread of measles is through vaccination. But I would say this, we have handled this measles outbreak. We get a measles outbreak every year. we've handled this measles outbreak better than any other nations.
What I was interested in,
You
you can say, what I asked you to do was to say straight to the camera, as you did on social media, that it is your position that the best way for parents to prevent their kids from getting measles is to vaccinate them. And that is your statement
And I
today.
said
Is
that too.
correct? All right. Well, that is great. Thank you. Now, you lead the nation's health department, so let me ask you a couple of questions. Do you think HHS should employ anyone who has endangered the health of children?
No.
You hired David Geyer to lead autism research at HHS, an individual who fraudulently posed as a doctor and gave dangerous medications and medical tests to children with autism. According to the state of Maryland's investigation, David Geyer, who has no medical license or training, gave hormone blocker injections to children with autism who were as young as 8 years old, which the Maryland Board of Medicine said poses a substantial risk of harm. Secretary Kennedy, yes or no, will you fire David Geyer?
First of all, what you're saying is not true. And we did not hire David Geyer to manage autism research at HHS.
So what is his job? What is his job then?
You just said some very defamatory
things
about a person who, by the way.
So let me just be clear for the record.
Those charges, Senator, I am going to correct the record on this.
Let me tell you what the record says, and then I will hear from you. Last week, when Mr. O'Neill was here in his confirmation hearing, I submitted for the record the charge that the state of Maryland laid out. Now, if you'd like also for me to submit to the record with unanimous consent today, the findings of the state of Maryland, which fined him $10,000 for practicing medicine without a license. He does not have a medical license, and for providing and instructing and giving children hormone blockers. That is what the finding of the Maryland Department, the state of Maryland, its medical licensing board was. And I'll submit that for the record, I hope with unanimous consent.
I'm assuming that you don't know what I'm about to tell you, or you wouldn't say something that was so dishonest. You may or may not know that David Geyer sued the American.
I do know that. I do know that. That doesn't change the findings, nor does it change the experience of the parents who testified.
That finding was reversed by a court, and he was awarded $5 million.
That is not true. Now, let me ask, so I just want confirmation. David Geyer is still at HHS. I wrote you a letter about this a month ago, and you have not responded.
Well, I apologize for that. That's our bad, and I will respond. But David Geyer is not managing autism research.
So what is his job? What is his job at HHS? This is somebody who gave parents the impression that he was a doctor and gave hormone blockers to children as young as 8, telling them that hormone blockers would somehow magically help their kids with autism.
His father
His father is a doctor, but he is not. And his father was not in the room and did not, and he faked his father's signature according to the State Board of Medicine.
And that ruling was overturned by a court. So what you're saying is just wrong. It's just a lie. And they were actually, the court said that the Maryland Board of Physicians was guilty of actual malice in fabricating those charges against David Geyer.
Well, we will pursue this. And I will submit for the record.
So do you want to know why we brought David Geyer in?
Sure.
Because it wasn't to run autism research. In 2002, the CDC runs a vaccine safety data link, which is supposed to be the vaccine information for the biggest HMOs that are supposed to allow CDC to have a surveillance system for vaccine injury. It's a backstop system. The CDC will not let any physicians in there to look at it, or any scientists, independent scientists.
He's neither a scientist nor a physician.
Right. Congress ordered CDC to open it to the Geyers. So they are the only scientists who have ever been in there.
But again, Mr. Geyer is not a scientist. Thank you.
Independent scientists.
Okay, Senator Heston's time's expired, but before we move on, did you have a unanimous consent request that I heard in there, Senator?
Senator Hawley, I did. A unanimous consent request for the printout of the website that shows Dr. Geyer is not Dr. Geyer, that's his father, Mr. Geyer, is employed, and also a unanimous consent request for the finding from the Board of Licensing in Maryland. Thank you.
Without objection to both
Thank
of
you.
those. And now, Mr. Kennedy, before we get to my time, do you want, if you'd like to finish your response, go ahead, and
let
then
me say that.
I'll recognize myself.
David Geyer is the only living independent scientist who's seen the VSD inside. There's been a lot of monkey business with the VSD, including allegations of fraud. And he was hired by an independent contractor that not as an HHS employee, but by an independent contractor to look at the documents that we were getting to the VSD to see if they conformed with what he saw between 2002 and 2016. And that's the only reason that he was brought in, to see if there's so much information that has disappeared from that database. The only way we could find out what information disappeared was because he was the one guy who saw it.
And just let the record show he's not a scientist. Thank you very much.
All right. Secretary Kennedy, different subject, on a different subject. You and I have talked before, when you've been before this committee, and you and I have talked in person a number of times about mifepristone. I just want to follow up with you because since the last time you were before the committee and the last time you and I spoke, there's been a major study by the Ethics and Public Policy Center of 865,727 prescribed cases of mifepristone abortions, chemical abortions, between 2017 and 2023. Have you seen this study? Are you familiar with this? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I am.
You will remember then that this data shows the biggest study on mifepristone done, I think, ever, and it showed that nearly 11% of women experience very serious adverse health effects, to include sepsis, hemorrhaging, infection, of course, emergency room visits. Now, by the way, that's 22 times higher. That rate is 22 times higher than the FDA's current label, which says it's just 0.5, the incidence of serious adverse health events. So my question to you is this. You previously testified to the committee that you would do a top-to-bottom review of mifepristone. Mifepristone is subject to a REMS currently. You have said you'll do a top-to-bottom review. Do you continue to stand by that, and don't you think that this new data shows that the need to do a review is in fact very pressing?
I think the new data, first of all, it validates the CAS study, which is previously probably the most comprehensive data that we've seen on it, and it's alarming, and clearly it indicates that at very least the label should be changed. I've asked Marty McCary, who's the director of FDA, to do a complete review and to report back.
Good. Do you have any sense of timeline, Mr.
I do
Secretary,
not.
of that? It will be a top priority, though, for you. Is that safe to say? You say that it probably indicates the label needs to be changed. Do you think it's also important as part of your review to consider whether it's necessary now to put back in place the long-standing safety protocols that always accompanied mifepristone until the last administration? In-person dispensing, doctor visits, screening for ectopic pregnancies?
I know that Marty McCary will make a recommendation. I feel that the policy changes will ultimately go through the White House, through President Trump.
But you'll make a recommendation based on the data?
Yes.
Good. On a different subject, talking about the advertising that is routinely done by pharmaceutical companies, you have been a longtime critic of direct-to-consumer pharmaceutical advertising. You wrote, I think, in the Wall Street Journal a little over a year ago about the need to revisit guidelines around pharmaceutical advertising. Is that still your view? I mean, has your view changed?
Pharmaceutical advertising is particularly insidious because, commercial advertising has some level of First Amendment protection, not as great as political speech. It doesn't have the kind of strict scrutiny applied to political speech. It still has a level of protection. But pharmaceutical advertising is unique because if a company is advertising, for example, Coca-Cola, the consumer has a choice to whether to buy it, and then he's spending his own money on it, so he's got skin in the game. With pharmaceutical advertising, the consumer's purchasing the product, and it's usually the most expensive form of the product, so that they're usually advertising because they want to bury the existence and the availability of generic drugs that are much cheaper and equally effective. And the consumer is spending not his own money, and most often our money, taxpayer money, Furthermore, the pharmaceutical ad is getting tax deductions, so we are funding it.
I want to ask you just about that. Under current law, pharma companies can deduct their advertising costs as a business expense. Do you think it's time to change that?
Yeah, and I've actually have a call into Scott Bassan about that, but I'm working very hard on this issue, and we expect to come out with a policy within the next few weeks.
Well, let me propose that we work together. Today, I'm introducing legislation to repeal the tax deductibility of these advertisements. It is a bipartisan bill with Senator Shaheen on the other side of the aisle here. It is a bicameral bill with both the Democrat and Republican sponsors in the House of Representatives. And my view is it's time to get rid of these tax breaks for these companies and to end this practice. Can you support that?
100% support it.
Fantastic. I look forward to working with you on that. All right, let the record reflect I'm giving up Senator Hickenlooper 15 seconds.
I assume Senator Sanders will also support that.
Absolutely, and I'll go further. The idea.
This is coming out of your time now,
All right.
John.
The answer is yes.
All right, Senator Hickenlooper.
Senator Sanders can finish your thought, please.
We are I think, along with New Zealand, the only countries on earth that allow for pharmaceutical advertising. I think it's time we ended that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking the time and for your willingness to come into the public sector. I'm not going to try and play gotcha. But it is an opportunity to spend a little bit of philosophical time. And I guess one question is, do you think our country spends too much on scientific research?
No.
Okay. And so, obviously, you know the NIH is the largest, in terms of biomedical research, there's the Howard Hughes Institute, but the
70% of the world.
Exactly, 70% of the world. And I guess when you look at the level of cuts that we're facing over there, and I recognize that a lot of these cuts are imposed upon you. So, but there's a gap in basic fundamental research that's going to have to be filled somehow. And have you got any ideas of how we can do that, given the scale, the dimension of the loss that we're facing?
Well, first of all, my job is to support the president on this and to support OMB. But, the reality is that, as I've said, no agency head wants to see cuts to his agency. And I love scientific research, so I want to do as much as possible. But I think because of we are very, very aggressively implementing AI, and I think we're going to do it faster and better than anybody else in government, any other agency. We brought very, very high quality caliber people from Silicon Valley.
And I get that, and that will accelerate and help us do more.
That's brought it. We can shorten clinical trials. We can get rid of animal trials, which we're already doing.
I'm in support of all that. We talked about that for years.
And we can do, and we can now digitalize.
Research I'm talking about is not that so much as the fundamental scientific, basic science research.
Like bench science or epidemiological studies or whatever. And I think we can do a lot of that stuff quicker. I'll take as much money as you give me, and I'll spend it well.
Well, I just want to make sure to urge you to be a fighter for more of that research, because there's a questioning of science right now within many in the White House, not everyone, but many in the White House. It really needs to be pushed back. And Senator Hawley, I'll sign on to that bill as well. Second question I've got, we have a lot of issues around wildfires in Colorado right now, and this is back to the NIOSH, the National Institute of Occupational Safety Health. That you mentioned that they kept them in Cleveland and I think somewhere in Pennsylvania. Pretty much everyone's laid off in Colorado.
In Morgantown, yeah.
Yeah, everyone's laid off in Colorado, and that the question really, and I think a couple have been ordered to be reinstated, but all the West is dealing with these, thousands, tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of people out fighting fires. These are people risking their lives, walking away from their families every day. And the basic research that needs to be done, I don't think the replacements are going to be, in many cases, they're new onto the job. They're not going to be sufficient to address and really make sure the specific health needs of these workers, these outdoor workers, are addressed. So the question is, how can you make sure that folks in Colorado, like firefighters, are able to do their jobs safely?
I think a lot of the cuts that we're implementing now are painful cuts, and that they're cuts that are going to be difficult. But I think the president's position is that we're spending $2 trillion that we don't have, that we are taking from our children. And we've got to protect their rights to prosperity, to enrichment, to dignity, to choice. And, so.
I've heard that argument, and I appreciate it, and I'm a voice of frugality, at least in my office, and try to push it around the Senate where it's allowed. But we're looking at a budget that's going to increase the deficit by who knows how much, $4 to $5 trillion. To take things like this that we know are successful, and not just for Colorado, but for almost every Western state essential, and you're saving such a small amount of money for something that's so important. I just hope that you can push back on that a little bit, and someone's got to take a stand for these things that are minor financial benefits, but significant losses to how we provide safety for workers and our citizens.
I'm happy to work with you on that, Senator.
Okay, great. I yield back to the chair.
Senator, can I just say one word?
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify an issue that we talked about before. Senator Murray had raised the issue of a constituent of hers who she said had been denied a place in a clinical trial in Washington due to the RIF. We've been able to run down that case. The patient was medically ineligible for that trial.
Medically ineligible?
Medically ineligible. It had nothing to do with the RIF. And NIH had been trying to get her into another clinical trial, but none of our clinical trials were shut down because of the RIF. That was a canard.
Thank you for the clarification. Senator Banks.
Secretary Kennedy, you've shown compassion for Americans with autism and their families. There's still so much that we don't know about the conditions, and there are many questions to be answered. And that's why I was glad that you recently announced an autism research database similar to a registry that you created. The NIH has more than 80 registries for different diseases, and they're a critical tool to understand disease progression. But even in spite of all of that, you were immediately attacked for privacy violations and accused of ulterior motives. Can you tell us today, how will this database handle protected health information, and is it an opt-in or an opt-out database?
This is thank you, Senator, for asking that. This is a database, as you say, there's actually 190 disease databases at my agency. Almost every important disease has a registry. And the red arthritis has a registry, for example, heart disease, cancer, various kinds of cancers. And the registry is intended to help scientists research what causes the etiology of diseases and also what the cures are. It's entirely voluntary. Patient privacy is protected. The data is digitalized and depersonalized so that people cannot find out who the patient is. And patients have an absolute right to opt out of it. So it's entirely voluntary. But it's a very important tool for scientists to use who want to understand how to treat diseases. If there's a number of people who've used, for example, chelation therapies on autism, and you can look at that, you can see what the outcomes were, or other kinds of therapies, microbiome treatments, all these various treatments that physicians and frontline treatment nurses and doctors are using across the country to address disease and find out which ones work and which ones don't.
You've also been accused of assuming an environmental cause of autism and rejecting a genetic cause. Can we say that your critics are misrepresenting what you really believe?
Well, I don't think, I think if my critics are saying that I reject a genetic cause, I think they're correct in the sense that the autism is an epidemic and the genes do not cause epidemics. They can contribute a vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. It's like cigarettes and smoking cigarettes was killing 1 out of every 5 of its customers, the tobacco industry. That meant 4 out of 5 were survived. So there's a genetic component to the ones who got lung cancer and died, and that is a genetic vulnerability. But you also need an environmental toxin. You cannot have a sudden epidemic without an environmental exposure.
Have you halted or redirected funding away from any pre-existing autism research?
I am told, and I haven't done this calculation myself, but I'm told that there was a 20-to-1 research ratio for genetic cause of autism over the past 20 years at NIH. And if you ask me, I believe that was because they did not want to look at the environmental exposures because they were scared of what they'd found. So I don't think we should be funding that genetic work anymore. I think we know a lot about the genes that provide vulnerabilities, high testosterone, low glutathione, the MTHFR gene, the genes that control methylation. All of these are involved, and we know that. And what we really need to do now is to identify the environmental toxins.
I appreciate greatly your attention and effort on that. Secretary Kennedy, we're importing 1/3 of our medicines from China. It's a public health risk as well as a national security risk, and you and I discussed this in your confirmation hearing. I asked you at that point about reshoring medicine production from China during that hearing. I wonder if you could give us any updates on how that's happening.
Yeah, I think there are very exciting things happening, and some of them as a direct result of President Trump's tariffs. And I've been working very closely with David Ricks of Eli Lilly. I think they've been the most aggressive of any of the pharmaceutical companies about answering President Trump's summons to onshore production. They have 9 facilities now that are breaking ground. And one of them, the API facility that they're breaking ground on, will be, I believe, the biggest API facility in the world. These are ingredients, active pharmaceutical ingredients. China controls that market right now, and this single facility could give us back dominance of that market. So I'm very, very optimistic about what's happening, and I'm very grateful to Eli Lilly, which has not always been a big ally of mine. I'm grateful, and we've been working very closely with the leadership of Eli Lilly to make sure they get what they need to onshore production, because we saw during COVID that for essential medicines, we cannot afford to have the ingredients offshored.
Thank you for your leadership. I yield back.
Senator Markey.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, all I've been hearing from you today is your defense of and advocacy for brutal cuts to Medicaid, brutal cuts to NIH research to find the cure for Alzheimer's and cancer and other diseases, brutal cuts to community health centers, brutal cuts to the CDC, the early warning system for diseases, and all to find the funding for tax cuts for billionaires and millionaires. That's all I've been hearing. And it is absolutely unbelievable that the Secretary of Health and Human Services can sit before the Health Committee and make such an argument. So Secretary Kennedy, for months I've been hearing from people about the impact that you and Donald Trump have had on them. And for months I've been sharing their stories, and I've compiled them here. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to include my Make America Sick agenda.
Without objection.
Included in the record. Thank you. This is a set of stories that are being told to me that I would like to relate to you. Jennifer, who's from Massachusetts, is a stage 4 cancer patient. There is no cure for her diagnosis. Her life depends on federal investment in research and for clinical trials to continue uninterrupted to find a cure for Jennifer with NIH funding. She's right to be worried. I heard from Henry in Rhode Island, who wants a continued funding for cancer research where he works. He's worried about getting fired because the lab's NIH grants under new leadership were cut. He wants to work on cancer research to find the cure for Jennifer. You've already terminated $1.8 billion in NIH funding, which for Jennifer should really stand for National Institutes of Hope. She's losing hope. You're defending a 40% cut, Mr. Secretary, in research for Alzheimer's, for cancer, for stroke, for diabetes, for mental health. They're being slowed, they're being slashed. And I understand streamlining, but this is not streamlining. It is a bludgeoning of our health future and a giveaway of our global scientific leadership, and it will be people like Jennifer who will pay the price. Lou from Massachusetts, he wrote to me about his son who died of an overdose. He said his son Zach was, quote, a loving and loved family member who had the illness of addiction. He wants research to cure this disease, funding for treatment without stigma, support for health workers serving people with addiction to prevent any other family member from suffering from the same fate. Can you honestly tell us that, or tell him actually, that you can cut $1 billion from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Administration, including funding for programs to teach first responders how to use naloxone, to help to guarantee that other parents not lose their children? Can you honestly tell me that the cuts you have already made to addiction treatment across the country will make anyone healthier? How can you justify a $1 billion cut to substance abuse and mental health, Mr. Secretary?
Senator Markey, you weren't here when I was talking earlier, but one of the things that I've talked about is that the budget for my agency increased by 38% over the Biden administration, and Americans got sicker, and more Americans overdosed, and more Americans died from cancer, and we have now an epidemic of colorectal cancers in our children, and the chronic disease rate has now gone up to 60%. The autism rate has dropped to 1 in 31 children, and all that money that was supposed to cure those diseases or avert them, none of it worked. What we need is leadership and a new vision, and I'm bringing that to my agency.
Look at,
and I'm realigning my agency.
President Trump is negotiating with the Chinese about keeping fentanyl out of our country.
Well, that's a good thing, isn't it?
Well, in the meantime, we can't be cutting the programs for the people who are already suffering from opioid-related diseases. We can't cut the programs. Yes, it would be great if we could cut it. It'd be great if we could reduce it. While we're waiting for that to happen, why would we cut $1 billion from the programs that go to the families that have the substance abuse issues right now? Why would we cut it now before we get a solution to the problem? They need
First of all,
now.
Most of the programs that support addiction, including naltrexone, Narcan, Suboxone, methadone, housing, we operate under SAMHSA 500 rehabs that give people access under Medicaid. We are keeping those intact. We have President Trump, because of his leadership, has dropped the fentanyl imports from this country because of his leadership at the border by 40%. So we're actually doing more with less, and we are going to continue to do that. And what I'm doing at my agency is I'm realigning all these perverse incentives that have driven up costs and driven down health. I'm realigning so that people can make money in this country and markets can make money.
Look at 80,000 people died last year. This is not about efficiency. This is about cruelty. Cutting these programs. These people are already addicted. These people already need help. You're
Senator Markey.
programs that families need right now.
Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for being here. I think it is wonderful that we are doing this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I believe this is the HELP Committee's first HHS budget hearing in more than 2 decades. And certainly, I don't think this afternoon has been easy on you. And we are grateful that you're willing to answer the hard questions.
Thank you, Senator Moody.
And have the difficult discussions, because if I heard you correctly, you know, the 60%, 50%, whatever increase in the last 5 years in your agency you said reflected or resulted in people getting sicker and more people dying. And we have to do more than just think throwing money at something is going to solve a problem. And I am grateful for everyone that's stepping up on the cabinet and saying, I want to do this job in a deliberate way that's going to deliver for the people, that means more than just coming here to Washington and throwing money at problems and spending taxpayer monies without giving a lot of deliberate forethought to results. And I think that's what you've been trying to say here today. And I appreciate you tackling this, because not many people would want to brave this job, certainly at this moment in time. And as our nation is spiraling out of control and more debt and more spending, we have got to be responsible for the future stability and success of this country. So thank you. I start there. I also note that in some of the numbers that we saw in this proposal, there wasn't much information in terms of asking for more money. I'm assuming that you're not asking for more money specifically related to the FDA, and I wanted to focus on a few things. And I believe your approach is probably going to be, how can we be better? How can we use the resources we have to do more for the American people, deliver on their health without spending more money? And one of those ways I believe in the FDA would be to tackle Chinese illicit vapes. I think 60% of their vape market that are in no way regulated. We have no idea what are in these things, chemical-ridden vapes all over the United States, being bought by all of our kids. I would ask that you dig into that and look at that. I know the FDA has been backlogged, and the excuses kept coming out on why they weren't following through and enforcing this thing. Meanwhile, we have more and more kids that are vaping these chemicals, and we have no idea what's in them. So would you look at that with your department?